What ancient power lingers in the shadows, whispering secrets of a forgotten world? In the dense jungles of South America, where the canopy weaves a tapestry of light and darkness, echoes of witchcraft resonate like the distant drums of a long-lost tribe. Here, amid the rustling leaves and the hum of restless spirits, a haunting legacy teeters on the edge of oblivion, waiting to be resurrected. Long before colonizers set foot on these sacred lands, shamans and sorceresses wielded magic that danced between the realms of the living and the dead. Rituals performed under the watchful gaze of towering trees conjured storms and summoned spirits, binding the living to the ethereal. But as the sun faded on ancient traditions, the vibrant colors of this mystical tapestry began to bleed into history, leaving behind mere shadows of what once was. In the hushed corners of remote villages, elders share fragmented memories of powerful incantations, their voices trembling with urgency. They took our knowledge, they say, eyes darting as if watched by unseen eyes. The air thickens with tension, a chilling reminder that some truths are best left buried. The legends speak of a time when the very soil breathed life, infused with the essence of ancient rituals that could heal, curse, or protect. Yet now, the darkness threatens to consume these fractured tales. A young woman named Isabella, driven by an insatiable curiosity, stumbles upon an old manuscript, its pages yellowed and brittle, ink almost fading. The words within pulse with a rhythm of their own, beckoning her into a world where spirits walk among mortals, where love can be twisted into vengeance, and where the fabric of reality is as thin as the mist that blankets the mountains at dawn. As she deciphers the cryptic symbols, a feeling of dread intertwines with exhilaration. Something stirs in the depths, an awakening long anticipated. But Isabella is not the only one drawn to these whispers of power. Shadows gather, ancient rivalries reignite, and once forgotten tribes are stirred from their slumber. A dark force looms, hungry for the knowledge that could tip the balance between worlds. The air crackles with an electric tension, the forest a symphony of life and death, and in the distance the thunder murmurs, an omen of the tempest that approaches. As the moon rises high above the treetops, illuminating the path ahead, Isabella stands at the precipice of an awakening, the weight of history pressing down upon her. Will she embrace the legacy of her ancestors, or will she become entwined in a web of chaos that stretches far beyond her understanding? The answer lies just beyond the veil, waiting impatiently for someone brave enough to confront the dark, mesmerizing echoes of witchcraft that time nearly forgot. The night holds its breath, and in that stillness a new chapter is poised to unfold. The sun dipped low over the Andes, casting a golden hue across the sprawling valleys, kissing the earth with ancient warmth. In the shadows, whispers of the past stirred, echoing through the mountains. Here, amidst the towering peaks and verdant forests, lay the heart of South American spirituality, woven into the very fabric of the land. The air crackled with a sense of reverence, as if the spirits of the ancients lingered, eager to share their stories. Beneath the towering ruins of Machu Picchu, villagers gathered around a flickering fire, their faces illuminated by the dancing flames. They spoke in hushed tones of Pachamama, the Earth Mother, whose essence flowed through rivers and mountains. She was not just a goddess, she was life itself, nurturing the crops, the animals, and the people. This connection ran deeper than blood. It was a bond forged over centuries, stitched into the very soul of every person present. As the flames flickered, a shaman stepped forward, wrapped in a robe of colorful textiles, each thread telling stories of ancestors long gone. His voice rose, a haunting melody weaving through the night air. He called upon the spirits, seeking wisdom from those who had walked before them. The villagers listened intently, their hearts sinking with the rhythm of his words. For them, the past was not a distant memory. It was alive, pulsating with energy, guiding their lives as it had for generations. In the Amazon rainforest, the air was thick with humidity and mystery. The sounds of the jungle came alive as a group of young warriors prepared for a rite of passage. They painted their bodies with vibrant colors, each hue symbolizing strength, courage, and connection to the spirit world. As they adorned themselves, the elders gathered, their eyes reflecting wisdom and pride. They spoke of Yawana, the spirit of the jaguar, fierce and protective. The warriors would call upon her strength as they ventured into the depths of the forest, where shadows danced and secrets awaited. Suddenly, a rustle in the underbrush sent shivers down their spines. The tension was palpable as they glanced at one another, fear and excitement intertwining. This moment marked not just a test of bravery, but a communion with the spirits of the jungle. They inhaled deeply, feeling the pulse of the earth beneath their feet, and in that instant, they were not just boys. They were part of something greater, connected to the heartbeat of the forest itself. In the highlands, the Inca emperor, adorned in gold and jewels, stood before an altar, a site of sacrifice and devotion. He offered llamas to the gods, their soft eyes reflecting innocence and trust. The ceremony was not merely a ritual. It was a plea for harmony between the heavens and the earth. Each offering was a testament to the deep respect the Incas held for nature, their belief that the gods were as real as the mountains that surrounded them. The air was thick with the scent of burning herbs, and the sounds of prayers echoed against the stone walls, a symphony of devotion rising to the sky. With every chant, the emperor felt the weight of his people on his shoulders, their hopes and dreams resting in his hands. He closed his eyes, feeling the warmth of the sun, imagining the rays as the hands of Inti, the sun god, guiding him. As the llamas were led to the altar, the crowd held its breath. This was a moment of connection, a bridge between the human and the divine, and the very earth beneath them seemed to hold its breath in anticipation. In the sacred valleys of the Aymara people, the stars twinkled like diamonds in the vast night sky, each one holding a story waiting to be told. The community gathered for the Inti Raymi festival, celebrating the winter solstice with dance, song, and vibrant offerings. The air was electric, thick with excitement and the scent of roasted corn. Families dressed in traditional garments, hands joined, moved in unison, honoring the sun and the spirits of their ancestors. As the drums beat faster, the energy surged, lifting spirits and igniting passions. Laughter echoed, filling the valleys while the elders smiled knowingly, their hearts swelling with pride. This was not just a celebration, it was a testament to resilience, a moment of defiance against time. The stories of their ancestors of struggles and triumphs flowed through them like a river, unbroken and unyielding. Yet the night carried a weight, an unspoken tension of the changes that loomed on the horizon. The encroachment of outsiders threatened to alter the sacred lands, to silence the voices of the spirits who had guided them for centuries. As the stars shimmered overhead, the people danced harder, their movements a prayer, a plea to the universe to protect their way of life, to shield the sacred bonds that had held them together since time immemorial. Meanwhile, in the far reaches of the Pampas, gauchos rode across the vast plains, their horses galloping like the wind. They were guardians of the land, keeping alive the stories of the earth and sky. With each sunset, they would gather around a campfire, sharing tales of the legends that had been passed down through generations. They spoke of El Cacique, the ancient spirit of the plains who watched over them, guiding their paths and ensuring their survival. The crackle of the flames danced in rhythm with their words, weaving a tapestry of history and myth. As they shared their fears of the encroaching modern world, the firelight flickered, casting shadows that seemed to come alive, ghostly figures of their ancestors standing guard. The gauchos felt a surge of pride and purpose coursing through them. They understood that their connection to the land was sacred, an unbreakable thread that wove them into the very essence of South America. As night turned to dawn, the first light pierced through the darkness, illuminating the land steeped in ancient beliefs. The sun rose over the Andes, a fiery orb that had witnessed centuries of spirituality, sacrifice, and profound connection. The stories lived on, carried through the hearts of a new generation, eager to honor the wisdom of those who had come before. The pulse of life, the whispers of the ancients, and the dreams of the people intertwined, forming a powerful legacy that refused to fade, forever echoing in the valleys, forests, and skies of South America. The air crackled with anticipation, thick with the scent of burning sage and the earthy aroma of damp soil. Under the vast canopy of stars, tribal drums thudded like a heartbeat, guiding the villagers into a trance, a collective breath held in the sacred night. In the flickering light of the fire, shadows danced, and the figures of men and women moved fluidly, their bodies swaying to an ancient rhythm as if they were puppets pulled by the invisible strings of the cosmos. In this moment, a shaman stood at the center, cloaked in layers of animal hides, his face painted with symbols of power and protection. This wasn't just a man. He was a bridge between worlds, a keeper of wisdom, a healer, and a guide. The villagers looked to him not just for answers but for hope, for he held the ability to traverse the boundaries of life and death, to communicate with spirits who whispered secrets of the universe. His voice, low and resonant, began to weave a tapestry of stories that captivated the hearts of all who gathered. Tales of ancestors who roamed the earth long before them, who spoke through the wind and flickered in the flames, filled the air with an electric energy. The shaman's words had a power of their own, drawing in even the most skeptical, wrapping them in a shroud of wonder. Every tale was a thread, intertwining their past with the present, binding them to a legacy as old as the mountains that surrounded them. As the night deepened, the shaman lifted his eyes to the heavens, calling upon the celestial bodies that twinkled above. The stars seemed to pulse in response, and the villagers, entranced, felt the weight of the universe pressing upon them like a comforting hand. They believed that each star held a spirit of its own, and the shaman, attuned to their frequencies, could summon their wisdom. His ritual was not merely a performance. It was a sacred act of transformation. In moments of heightened emotion, he would consume sacred plants, allowing their potency to unravel the veil separating him from the spirit world. The villagers held their breaths, watching as he surrendered to the powerful visions that enveloped him, his body trembling as he danced between realities. They were both terrified and mesmerized, knowing that every flinch, every murmur from his lips could reveal truths that could change their lives forever. Whispers of the past swirled around them, tales of conflict and harmony, love and loss. The shaman spoke of the spirits of the earth, the sky, and the water, calling upon their strength in times of need. The air thickened with emotion as the villagers shared their fears and dreams, their hopes resting on the fragile shoulders of this ancient practice. What if the spirits were listening? What if they held the key to healing not just the body, but the soul? The bond between the shaman and the community was forged in the fires of experience. In times of drought, he would venture into the wilderness, seeking visions that would guide them to water hidden beneath the parched earth. In moments of disease, he would chant and dance, invoking spirits to cleanse the body and spirit of those afflicted. His connection to the land was palpable. Every plant he used, every stone he revered, spoke to him in a language only he could fully comprehend. The children watched wide-eyed, imagining their own futures as healers, as protectors of their tribe's wisdom. They clutched their mother's hands tightly, knowing that the power of the shaman rested in the stories passed down through generations. This connection was a lifeline, and they felt it tangibly, as real as the warmth of the fire or the coolness of the night air. But with every heartwarming tale came shadows of fear. There were moments when the shaman's voice would dip into a grave tone, recounting the stories of those who had lost their way, who had disregarded the sacred balance of life. The villagers felt a chill run down their spines, realizing that the shaman's gifts were not just about healing, but also about the consequences of neglecting the spirits. The stakes were high, and the responsibility heavy. To walk away from the traditions was to invite calamity. As dawn broke, its first light casting a golden hue over the land, the villagers felt a sense of awakening. They had been woven together through belief and ritual, their hearts beating in time with the rhythms of the earth. The shaman, his eyes reflecting the dawn, turned his gaze to the horizon, prepared for another day of guiding his people through the trials they would face. And as the sun rose higher, illuminating the deep greens of the forests and the blues of the rivers, the villagers began to disperse, their spirits lifted, but their minds heavy with questions. What lay beyond the horizon? How would they navigate the challenges of life? Would the shaman's connection to the spirits remain steadfast? Or would the modern world encroach upon the sacred traditions they held dear? The whispers of the spirits lingered in the air, urging them to look beyond the familiar, to understand that their journey was far from over. They had been gifted a glimpse into the depths of their own potential, a reminder that the bond between the seen and unseen was delicate and powerful. The path ahead was shrouded in mystery, but one thing was certain: the echoes of the shaman's teachings would resonate long after the fire had turned to embers, illuminating their hearts as they stepped into the unknown. Their journey, intertwined with the spirits of the past, was just beginning. A chill swept through the air, as if the wind itself carried whispers of ancient secrets. Under the silvery glow of the moon, shadows danced among the trees, revealing glimpses of a world untouched by time. This was a land where the heartbeat of the earth was felt in every rustling leaf and every crackling branch. A world that pulsed with the power of the old ways, where the sacred knowledge of indigenous tribes intertwined seamlessly with the mysterious arts of witchcraft. Long before the colonizers arrived with their foreign beliefs, the indigenous tribes held a profound understanding of the natural world. They walked in rhythm with the seasons, listened to the stories sung by the rivers, and spoke the language of the wind. Their rituals were not mere performances. They were sacred acts of communion with the spirits that inhabited every rock, river, and tree. With each chant and every herbal remedy, they forged a connection that transcended the physical, touching the very essence of existence. From the Great Plains to the thick forests of the Pacific Northwest, each tribe possessed its own unique traditions. The Lakota, for example, revered the earth as a living entity, a mother who nurtured all forms of life. Their medicine men and women were custodians of knowledge, using plants like sage and sweetgrass not just for healing, but to cleanse spaces of lingering spirits. They believed that the world was alive with energy, and with the right incantations, they could harness that energy for protection or to bring about change. In the depths of the Amazon, the indigenous tribes were no less attuned to the mystical currents of life. The Shuar people held a deep connection to the forest, believing it was a living organism filled with spirits. Their shamans, skilled in the art of ayahuasca, would enter altered states of consciousness to seek guidance from the spirits of the jungle. They called upon the wisdom of the plants around them, creating a powerful bridge between the physical and the spiritual realms. For them, witchcraft wasn't about curses or hexes. It was a sacred dance with the spirit of the earth, a way to maintain balance in a world that often felt chaotic. Yet, as the colonizers pushed further into these sacred lands, they brought with them a wave of fear and misunderstanding. The very practices that had sustained tribes for generations were demonized, labeled as witchcraft in a desperate attempt to control and erase indigenous beliefs. The witch hunts that swept across Europe found their echoes in the New World, where the cries of the oppressed became a haunting symphony of tragedy. With each accusation, the rich tapestry of indigenous knowledge began to fray, leaving behind threads of sorrow and loss. Still, remnants of this ancient wisdom lingered like ghostly shadows in the corners of history. The stories of powerful women, often called witches, who wielded their knowledge with grace and courage emerged amid the chaos. These women, often healers and midwives, became the targets of suspicion as colonizers sought to impose their own doctrines. The very act of gathering herbs and whispering incantations became an act of rebellion against the oppressive forces that sought to erase them. In the swamps and marshes of the South, the Gula people, descendants of enslaved Africans, wove their own narrative of witchcraft influenced by African traditions. Their belief in root work was a remnant of ancestral practices, an intricate blend of herbalism and spirituality. They honored their ancestors, calling upon their wisdom to heal and protect. Yet, like their indigenous counterparts, they too faced persecution from those who feared what they did not understand. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows on the earth, the air seemed to vibrate with a tension that was almost palpable. The echoes of rituals long past whispered through the trees, telling tales of power, resilience, and unbroken spirits. The indigenous tribes had infused witchcraft with a sense of sacredness that transcended fear. It was about connection and respect for the earth and its many inhabitants. In a world where the colonizers sought to silence these powerful voices, the tension between the oppressors and the oppressed grew thicker. The sacred gatherings were driven underground, hidden from prying eyes but alive in the hearts of those who remembered. The fires that burned in secret glades became symbols of hope and resistance, a flickering light against the darkness that sought to extinguish it. Even as the years rolled on, the influence of indigenous tribes wove its way into the fabric of witchcraft. Their connection to the earth became a guiding force, reminding those who sought power that true magic lay not in manipulation, but in mutual respect. The energy of the plants, the wisdom of the ancestors, and the whispers of the spirits grew louder, urging those who would listen to honor the delicate balance of life. The night deepened, and the air thickened with anticipation. The ancient practices were not just remnants of a forgotten past. They pulsed with life, waiting for the right moment to awaken. The land remembered, and as the moon reached its zenith, the spirits stirred, ready to reclaim their place in a world that had tried to silence them. With every breath of wind and every rustle of branches, the legacy of indigenous tribes danced on the edge of consciousness, poised to intertwine with the stories of those who dared to tread the path of witchcraft, weaving a tapestry of resilience that refused to be forgotten. The sun dipped below the jagged peaks of the Andes, casting long shadows that danced like spirits across the ancient earth. In the stillness of the twilight, a gathering took place. The air was thick with the scent of burning sage as the rhythmic beat of drums echoed like the pulse of the mountains themselves. Here, in this sacred space, time seemed to blur, connecting the past with the present in a symphony of human emotion and devotion. As families and communities converged, the flickering flames of a communal fire illuminated faces filled with reverence. Elders adorned in colorful ponchos, their faces etched with stories of sacrifice and survival, began to share tales passed down through generations. Each word was a thread in the rich tapestry of Andean culture, embodying the spirit of the land that had cradled their ancestors. The mountains held their breath, listening intently as the stories unfolded, tales of gods who walked among them, of mythical creatures guarding the high passes, and of the sacred Inca rituals that celebrated life, death, and rebirth. The people of the Andes have long understood their intimate connection to the mountains, which tower like ancient sentinels above the valleys. They believed that the peaks were not merely stone and ice, but living entities infused with the breath of their ancestors. To honor this relationship, they performed rituals that were steeped in tradition and meaning, each act a tribute to the spirits that watched over them. One such ritual, the Inti Raymi, or Festival of the Sun, echoed through the ages as a vibrant celebration of the winter solstice. As the sun's first rays pierced the horizon, illuminating the faces of the gathered crowd, the Inca priests dressed in elaborate costumes led the people in evocative dances. The sound of pan flutes filled the air, harmonizing with the chants that spiraled into the heavens. In that moment, the people poured out their gratitude, their hopes merging with the dawn light, each note a prayer that reached toward the sun, the giver of life. Yet the rituals were not just for celebration. They were also steeped in solemnity. Sacrifices, both animal and plant, served as offerings to Pachamama, Mother Earth. As the wind whispered through the valleys, a llama was chosen. Its gentle eyes seemed to understand the gravity of the moment as it was adorned with colorful garlands. The crowd fell silent, hearts beating in unison with the rhythm of the drums. With a swift, precise movement, the offering was made and the energy shifted. It was a moment of unity, a connection to the divine, where the line between the seen and unseen blurred. As the night deepened, the fire crackled, casting flickering shadows that danced across the faces of the gathered souls. The elders began to recount the tales of the Apus, the mountain spirits that guided their ancestors through both joy and hardship. Each story captivated the listeners, drawing them into a world where mountains were not just geological formations but revered guardians, protectors of their way of life. The tales echoed with truth, carrying the weight of history, of empires that rose and fell, of love and loss, and of a relentless spirit that refused to be extinguished. In this sacred space beneath the vast Andean sky, emotions swelled like the clouds that adorned the peaks. Each tear shed in memory of loved ones lost, each laugh shared in celebration of life, added to the tapestry woven by the mountains. The community felt alive, connected not just to each other, but to the very earth beneath their feet. A bond forged through shared experiences and timeless traditions. The rituals culminated in the evening's most electrifying moment, the ceremonial dance of the condor, a powerful symbol of freedom and hope. The dancers, adorned in feathers and sparkling beads, moved in perfect harmony, their bodies telling a story as old as the mountains themselves. With each leap and twirl, they invoked the spirit of the great bird, a connection to the heavens that sent shivers down the spines of onlookers. Hearts raced as the energy in the air crackled like an impending storm, a release of emotions that bound the community together. As the night wore on, the flames flickered, and whispers of ancient wisdom danced around the gathering. The Andean tradition served not only as a means of preserving history, but also as a way to navigate the complexities of modern life. The rituals grounded the people, reminding them of their identity, their struggles, and their triumphs as they faced the challenges of the world beyond their mountains. The stories were more than just tales. They were lifelines, guiding the community through the labyrinth of existence. Struggles with climate, with culture, with identity. Each ritual acted as a compass, steering the hearts of the people back to their roots, their true selves. They were reminders that no matter how far they wandered, the mountains would always call them home. As dawn began to break, casting a golden hue over the Andes, a collective breath was taken. The night had woven its magic, binding spirits, past and present. The elders exchanged knowing glances, the youth stirred with newfound energy, and the mountains stood watch, silent witnesses to the cycle of life that continued to unfold. With the first light breaking over the horizon, there was a palpable anticipation in the air. The rituals of the Andes were not just performances. They were an invocation of resilience and a declaration of existence, a recognition of the sacred dance between humanity and nature. As the sun rose higher, illuminating the faces of the gathered souls, the mountains echoed with their laughter and tears, reverberating through the valleys and beyond. Each heartbeat resonated with the pulse of the earth, a timeless rhythm that would carry them forward into another day filled with hope, tradition, and life. The air was thick with mystery and a hint of something otherworldly as a lone figure moved silently through the lush green jungle. Every step stirred the earthy scent of damp leaves, and every rustle of the wind seemed to whisper ancient secrets. This was the domain of the Amazonian shaman, keeper of secrets long buried in the roots of the forest, where plant medicine held the keys to healing both body and spirit. For centuries, the indigenous tribes of the Amazon have turned to the wisdom of their ancestors, guided by shamans, spiritual leaders who wielded the power of nature's remedies. The shaman was not just a healer. They were a bridge between the seen and the unseen, a mediator between the human soul and the spirit world. With each patient they treated, a sacred dance unfolded, a ritual steeped in knowledge passed down through generations. It was a fusion of intuition, spirituality, and the unyielding magic of the plants that grew in the vibrant canopy. Ayahuasca, one of the most powerful plant medicines, was at the center of this sacred practice. Made from the vine of Banisteriopsis caapi and the leaves of Psychotria viridis, it had been used for centuries in the Amazon basin. The potion beckoned those in search of truth, allowing them to confront their inner demons and illuminate their paths to healing. As the shaman brewed this potent concoction, the air crackled with anticipation and reverence. The process of preparing ayahuasca was more than just mixing ingredients. It was a sacred act infused with intention and prayer. Each night, under the watchful gaze of the moon, the ceremony commenced. Participants gathered in a dimly lit maloka, a traditional communal house, surrounded by the sounds of the jungle, a chorus of insects, the calls of distant animals, and the rustle of leaves. The shaman, adorned in vibrant feathers and beaded necklaces, began to chant, their voice echoing through the sacred space. The power of the medicine danced with the energy of the night, weaving through the participants like a gentle breeze, inviting them into a realm of the unknown. As the ayahuasca took hold, visions erupted like fireworks behind closed eyelids. Some faced their deepest fears, dark shadows from their past threatening to consume them. Others felt an overwhelming wave of love and connection, a realization that they were part of something greater than themselves. Cries of anguish mingled with laughter as participants transformed their pain into wisdom, guided by the shaman's steady presence. But the healing was not without peril. The jungle could be merciless, and not all who entered the ceremony emerged unscathed. The spirits of the plants demanded respect and humility. There were stories of those who had resisted the call of ayahuasca, who fought against the visions only to be confronted by their own despair. It was a reminder that healing is not always gentle. Sometimes it is a wild storm that must be weathered to reach the calm on the other side. The shaman, attuned to the energy of the group, moved gracefully among the participants, their hands guiding the flow of the ceremony. They knew which songs to sing, which herbs to incorporate, and how to direct the healing energy to each individual. The shaman's role transcended mere guidance. It was as if they were a living conduit for the spirits of the plants, channeling ancient wisdom through their very being. Outside, the jungle pulsed with life, an orchestra of sounds echoing the tumult of emotions inside the maloka. The stars twinkled overhead, witnesses to the sacred transformation taking place below. In this green cathedral, time lost its meaning, and participants tumbled through the fabric of reality, experiencing the interconnectedness of all things. The jungle was alive, and every heartbeat resonated with the healing rhythm of the earth. As the dawn approached, the energy shifted. The intensity of the night began to dissipate, replaced by a serene clarity. Participants emerged from their inner journeys, eyes glistening with tears and revelations. They were not the same people who had entered the maloka hours before. They were awakened, transformed. Heartbeats synchronized with the pulse of the jungle, they had tasted the profound wisdom of the plants. Yet, the healing did not end with the ceremony. The shaman continued to guide their people in the days that followed, helping them integrate their experiences into their daily lives. The wisdom gleaned from the plant medicine became a touchstone for navigating challenges, a compass for the journey ahead. Stories were shared in the light of day, the vibrant colors of the jungle reflecting the vibrancy of new purpose. The bond between the healer and the healed deepened, woven together by the shared experience of vulnerability and courage. As they walked together through the jungle, the shaman imparted lessons not just from the plants, but from the very heart of nature itself. They taught the importance of respect for oneself, for others, and for the earth. The Amazon was alive, a living entity that thrived on this mutual respect. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, casting golden rays through the dense foliage, the whispers of the jungle began to beckon. The call to honor the ancient ways, the sacred rituals, and the stories of the ancestors grew louder, echoing through the trees. The shaman smiled, knowing that every step taken in this vibrant world carried the weight of history, of lives lived, loved, and healed. And as night fell again, another ceremony awaited. The fire crackled with anticipation, illuminating the faces of those who had come seeking answers. The drumbeat echoed through the air, calling forth the spirits, reminding everyone that the journey of healing was ever unfolding, a cycle of growth, pain, and rebirth. The mysteries of the jungle were far from exhausted, and beneath the surface, the stories of the plants continued to weave, waiting to be told. In a dimly lit cottage, the air thick with the scent of herbs and the low crackle of a fire, a woman sat hunched over a wooden table, her fingers dancing over the smooth surface of an ancient grimoire. The flickering flames cast shadows that seemed alive, whispering secrets of old. This was not just a home, it was a sanctuary, a place where the past intertwined with the present. And the air buzzed with the electric energy of possibility. Women like her were not merely practitioners of the craft. They were the heart and soul of a tradition that reached back through centuries, woven into the very fabric of human existence. In many cultures, women were the backbone of traditional witchcraft practices, acting as healers, seers, and keepers of knowledge. The roles they played were both revered and feared, a paradox that echoed through time. In villages scattered across Europe, from the misty moors of Scotland to the sun-drenched fields of Italy, these women were seen as the wise ones. They were the ones to whom families turned when sickness struck or when crops failed. With a few whispered words and the right herbs, they could summon healing or disaster. This power was intoxicating, and yet it carried a heavy weight. The very gifts that made them essential could also lead to their undoing. Women gathered in circles under the cloak of the night, their voices rising in a lilting chant that mingled with the sound of rustling leaves. As they invoked the spirits of their ancestors, a bond formed, a sisterhood sealed by ancient rites and shared knowledge. Each woman brought her own legacy, a tapestry of experiences that added richness to the collective. They passed down wisdom through generations, teaching one another the art of potion-making, the secrets of the land, and the languages of the unseen. However, this sacred practice often lay in the shadow of suspicion. The same women who healed could be accused of witchcraft when something went wrong. A stranger's misfortune or a crop failure could turn the community against them in an instant. That thin line between reverence and fear was perilous, and the stakes were life and death. Many women faced trials, their fates sealed by the whispers of those who feared what they could not understand. The stories of their persecution are etched in history, resonating with the cries of the innocent caught in the web of hysteria that so often followed. But even in the darkest times, the spirit of these women persevered. They became symbols of resistance, wielding their knowledge like a shield against a world that sought to silence them. In the wilderness, amidst the tall grasses and the wildflowers, they found solace. Here they could gather herbs, commune with nature, and forge potions that could mend broken spirits. The earth was their ally, a force that never turned its back on them, no matter the storms that raged around. One such woman, a healer named Elawan, wore the scars of those who had come before her. Her grandmother had whispered the old ways into her ear as a child, and those secrets flowed through Elowan's veins like fire. She had seen the power of herbs to mend a broken bone and the potency of incantations to protect her loved ones from harm. Yet she also knew the peril that accompanied her craft. The villagers revered her, yet they feared her. When crops thrived, they praised her. When illness came, she was blamed. The moon hung high in the sky on a fateful night, its silver light illuminating Elawin as she stood in a clearing, surrounded by her sisters. They joined hands, forming a circle that pulsed with energy. Together, they called upon the spirits of their ancestors, seeking guidance and strength. As the wind picked up, rustling the leaves, the atmosphere thickened with anticipation. They felt the weight of history on their shoulders, a lineage of women who had practiced the craft through the ages, their whispers echoing in the trees. But the night was not without its dangers. News of their gathering spread through the village like wildfire. What was meant to be a sacred communion turned into a moment of dread as torches flickered in the distance, illuminating the figures of men who had come to root out what they deemed witchcraft. Fear coursed through the sisters like icy water, yet Elawin stood tall, her heart racing but resolute. She felt the support of the women beside her, a powerful energy that emboldened her spirit. In that moment, Elawin understood the true essence of her role. She was not just a healer, she was a protector of the old ways, a guardian of knowledge that transcended time. And as the men approached, their voices laden with anger, she raised her voice, calling upon the spirits to bind them, to shield her sisters from harm. The air crackled and shimmered as they chanted in unison, a melody that resonated through the earth and into the hearts of those who dared to threaten them. The clash of beliefs, the pulsating tension of fear and courage reverberated through history. Women like Elawin became legends, symbols of an age-old struggle against oppression, their stories interwoven with the very essence of witchcraft. They were the keepers of secrets, the weavers of fate, and the embodiment of resilience. Their legacy lived on in whispered tales and the flicker of candlelight in darkened rooms, where their magic was still felt, still revered, still feared. Through the ages, the role of women in traditional witchcraft practices has ebbed and flowed, rising to the surface during times of need and retreating into the shadows when the winds of societal change blew harshly. Each woman, each practitioner, carried the weight of history, a connection to those who had come before, and a responsibility to those who would follow. The craft was not merely a practice, it was a lifeline, a bridge that spanned the chasms of time, echoing with the voices of those who dared to stand against the tide. And so, in that flickering cottage filled with the scent of herbs and the warmth of fire, the story continued to unfold, a rich tapestry woven from hope, fear, and the indomitable spirit of women bound by tradition and the power of their craft. The air was thick with incense, and the soft glow of candles flickered against the walls. It was a sacred space where whispers of the past floated like ghosts, tangible yet ethereal. Families gathered around a small altar, their faces illuminated by the warm light. Each member clutching a small token, a photograph, a piece of jewelry, perhaps a lock of hair. These items, ordinary to the untrained eye, held extraordinary power. They were keys to a world where the boundaries between the living and the dead blurred, where ancestors lingered, listening and guiding those who called upon them. As the eldest family member, Maria stepped forward, her hands trembling slightly. She took a deep breath, feeling the weight of generations resting on her shoulders. It was a weight born of love, sorrow, and an unbreakable bond that stretched across time. The room fell silent, anticipation crackling in the air. With a voice both steady and filled with reverence, she began to speak, offering words of thanks and remembrance to those who had walked before her. In that moment, the flickering candles seemed to respond, casting shadows that danced along the walls like the spirits they honored. Maria's voice rose and fell, weaving a tapestry of memories that wrapped around each person present. The stories were rich with laughter and tears, with hard lessons learned and triumphs celebrated. They spoke of struggles against the tides of fate, victories won against insurmountable odds, and the quiet strength of women who held families together through storms. Each anecdote breathed life into the room, connecting them to a lineage that spanned centuries. The ancestors were not just figures of the past, they were living presences, guiding hands in moments of need. Maria felt an inexplicable connection to her grandmother, a woman who had faced the world with fierce determination. It was as though she could feel her spirit, hovering nearby, nodding in approval. It gave her courage. The ritual continued, as family members took turns sharing their memories. Young faces shone with the light of discovery as they learned of their heritage, tales of bravery igniting an ember of pride in their hearts. Tears glistened in the eyes of the older generations, memories surfacing like bubbles in a still pond, each one a reminder of the bonds that could not be severed by death. As the evening wore on, the atmosphere shifted, thickening with emotion. The previous warmth transformed into an electric charge, a palpable energy that filled the room. It was as if the ancestors themselves were leaning in, eager to impart wisdom, to share their strength with the living. Maria's heart raced as she felt the intensity of their presence. It was both comforting and overwhelming, a reminder of the lives that had been sacrificed for the generations that came after. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through the room, extinguishing a few of the candles. Gasps echoed off the walls, and a chill crept into the air, sending shivers down spines. Maria instinctively reached for her grandmother's photograph, holding it close. It was a gentle reminder that they were not alone. The ancestors were here, and they were listening. In that moment, the veil between worlds felt thin, almost transparent. Maria closed her eyes, envisioning the faces of those who had come before. She pictured her great-grandfather, a man who had worked the fields from dawn until dusk, his hands calloused but his heart tender. She could almost hear his voice, urging her to stay true to her roots, to remember the sacrifices made for her own freedoms. The candles flickered back to life, and with them, the atmosphere shifted again. The room filled with warmth, a palpable embrace as if the ancestors were wrapping their arms around the living, whispering words of encouragement. Some family members began to smile through their tears, the warmth of the moment washing over them, soothing their spirits. Then, out of the quiet, a child's voice broke through, asking the question everyone had been wondering. What happens when we die? The room fell silent, and all eyes turned to Maria. She felt the weight of the question, the innocence of it striking a chord deep within her. The answer was not easy, but she had grown up with tales of the spirit world, of the journey each soul took after leaving their earthly body. Think of it like a river, she began, her voice steady. When we pass, we flow into a new place, one where we are still connected to this life, where we can watch over those we love. The bond remains, unbroken. Each word was a thread weaving the family closer together, intertwining their fates with the spirits who had come before. With every heart warmed by her words, the room became a sanctuary of hope and healing. Each person felt their ancestors' love, a reminder that they were never truly alone. As the night wore on, the stories continued to flow, each one more potent than the last. The echoes of laughter, the warmth of shared memories, all punctuated by the soft flicker of candlelight. Yet an undercurrent of anticipation lingered in the air. Maria sensed that this was only the beginning. As the family shared their stories, a deeper connection was forming, not just with their ancestors but with each other. There were secrets waiting to be unveiled, legacies that had yet to be passed down. The stories spun a web that held them together, but it also hinted at the mysteries that lay just beyond their grasp. As the candles flickered once more, a soft breeze swept through the room, carrying with it a whisper from the past. It was a reminder that the journey of connection did not end here. The spirits were present, guiding them forward, urging them to seek out their truths, to embrace the lessons of their ancestors, and to continue the dance between worlds. Those who had come together that night would leave changed, their hearts swelling with the knowledge that they were part of something much larger than themselves. The stories of their ancestors had been shared, but the call to remember, to honor, and to connect would resonate long after the candles had burned down. And as the gathering drew to a close, the realization settled in. This was just the beginning of a much deeper exploration into the unseen world that awaited them. The wind whispered secrets through the ancient trees, their gnarled branches clawing at the darkening sky. On the edge of a forgotten village, a flickering lantern cast eerie shadows, the light trembling like the hearts of those who ventured too near the forest. In this place, where the line between the living and the spirit world blurred, stories lingered, stories that made skin prickle and sent chills racing down spines. In the dim light of that night, old tales of the supernatural hung thick in the air, as palpable as the scent of damp earth. The villagers spoke in hushed tones, their voices quaking with the weight of what they had witnessed. Each evening, as the sun surrendered to the encroaching darkness, they gathered around the crackling fire, eager for the next chilling story to unfold. There was the legend of Morwenna, the river spirit whose haunting, melodic voice lured men to their doom. Many had been drawn to the water's edge, enchanted by her singing, only to disappear beneath the surface, leaving ripples as their only testament. Whispers claimed her sorrow was born of lost love, a tale as ancient as the stones lining the riverbed, making her both a tragic figure and a fearsome predator. The villagers shared her story not just as a warning, but as a reminder of love's darkness, the unseen claws it could extend beneath its beautiful surface. Then there was the tale of Druv, a warrior cursed for his arrogance. In life he had been a figure of strength, but his pride drew the ire of the gods. Stripped of his flesh, he roamed the land as a shadow, forever seeking the honor he lost. On stormy nights, when thunder rumbled like a vengeful beast, villagers claimed to hear his anguished cries echoing through the valleys. Parents would gather their children close, eyes wide as they warned, "Stay away from the hills when the storm comes. Druv's sorrow is a fierce wind that can steal your breath." Legends like these were stitched into the fabric of the village, each story a thread binding the community together in a tapestry of fear and fascination. The supernatural tales danced on the tongues of those who shared them, igniting the imagination and drawing forth an array of emotions: fear, sadness, and even a hint of exhilaration. As the chilly night stretched on, the elders spoke of the worm, a dragon-like beast said to guard the treasures of the earth. With scales like polished obsidian and eyes that glowed like molten gold, the worm was both a protector and a destroyer. Those brave enough to seek its treasure often found themselves ensnared in its web of illusions, faced with impossible choices that tested their very souls. The villagers knew of those who disappeared in their quests, never seen again, except in whispered rumors and half-remembered dreams. And then there was the story of the Lantern Man, a ghostly figure who roamed the night, forever searching for the light he lost. With a lantern swinging from his hand, he wandered from home to home, illuminating the dark corners of the world, searching for warmth and company. It was said that if you heard his footsteps, you must invite him in, or risk losing your way in the shadows forever. The thought of his lonely existence struck a chord in the hearts of the villagers, a chilling reminder of the fragility of life and the importance of connection. The tales were not merely entertainment. They were lessons etched in the minds of young and old alike. The villagers learned to respect the boundaries between their world and the supernatural, to heed the warnings that echoed through the ages. Yet, despite the cautionary nature of these stories, there was an irresistible pull, an urge to confront the darkness with curiosity. One fateful night, a storm surged over the village, crashing against rooftops and rattling the eaves. The fire danced wildly as the winds howled a mournful tune, reminiscent of Morwenna's song. The villagers huddled closer, hearts racing, a knot of fear and thrill binding them together. It was during this tempest that a stranger appeared at the edge of the clearing, illuminated by the flickering firelight. His eyes glimmered with an otherworldly intensity, and with each step, a soft glow emanated from his very being. He was a figure woven from the fabric of tales, the Lantern Man reborn, a ghostly traveler seeking refuge. Gasps filled the air as he approached, and the crackling fire seemed to dim in his presence, the warmth of the flames surrendering to the chill of his aura. "What do you seek?" an elder dared to ask, her voice trembling yet firm as if her words could anchor the gathering storm. "I seek the light of your stories," he replied, his voice a haunting melody, rich with longing. "In your tales, I find the warmth I lost, the connection that eludes me." The villagers exchanged glances, their hearts pounding with a mixture of fear and intrigue. They remembered the stories, the lessons woven through generations, and yet here was a soul that defied the very fabric of those tales, standing before them like a living paradox. As he spoke, the storm around them intensified, each clap of thunder resonating with the heartbeat of the earth. A hush fell over the gathering, and one by one they began to share their stories, tales of love, loss, and the supernatural that wrapped around them like a soft, familiar blanket. Voices rose and fell, each story flowing into the next, a symphony of past and present, weaving a communal tapestry that both terrified and thrilled. Outside, the wind howled fiercely, but inside the circle of flickering light, a powerful connection began to form. The stories echoed through the night, igniting sparks of courage in hearts long hidden beneath layers of doubt and fear. As the last tale was told, the stranger nodded, his eyes shimmering with gratitude. But before he could say another word, the lantern he carried flickered violently, a harbinger of change. Shadows danced along the edges of the clearing, dark and foreboding, as the storm raged with renewed fury. A sense of foreboding settled over the villagers, a whisper of warning that sent chills racing down their spines. The air thickened with tension, as if the very fabric of reality was about to unravel, and the boundary between their world and the unknown was ready to be crossed. In that moment, the lantern's light shone brighter, illuminating the darkness and revealing the unseen. What lay beyond the stories? What awaited them in the depths of the shadows? The villagers, hearts pounding in unison, braced themselves for what was to come, clinging tightly to the warmth of their shared tales, for they knew this was only the beginning. The sun dipped low on the horizon, casting long shadows across the land where ancient stories had once danced in the light. The vibrant colors of a red sky reflected in the eyes of a young girl, her skin kissed by the sun, as she watched her village prepare for the sacred ceremony. The sounds of laughter and drumbeats sang through the air, echoing centuries of tradition, each note a heartbeat of her people. Yet, as she stood there, a feeling of unease settled in her stomach like a heavy stone. Little did she know beyond the hills a storm was brewing, one that would shatter the fabric of her world. Colonizers arrived with their ships, their sails billowing like dark clouds threatening rain. They brought with them unfamiliar words and strange customs, a stark contrast to the harmonious rhythms of the lives that had thrived on this land for generations. The girl's father had warned her tales of the first encounters, of how their laughter turned to horror as the invaders spoke of ownership over the earth that had always belonged to them. What did it mean, she thought, to own the land? The elders had taught her that the rivers and mountains were not possessions but living spirits that nurtured and protected her people. As the years passed, the laughter that once filled the air began to fade. The colonizers, driven by their own needs and desires, imposed their beliefs, branding the traditional practices of the girl's people as mere superstition. Sacred rituals that had once bound the community together were interrupted by the harsh sounds of axes chopping down trees, the smoke of burning herbs replaced by the stench of machinery and metal. The girl, now a young woman, watched in despair as the vibrant tapestry of her culture unraveled before her eyes. The sun rose one fateful morning with a heavy fog that cloaked the village in silence. The girl's heart raced as she clutched the amulet her grandmother had given her, an heirloom that had passed through generations. It was a symbol of her ancestry, a reminder of who she was. But today, the air felt different, thick with uncertainty. She could hear the whispers of her people, their voices trembling as they spoke of a new religion being forced upon them, of schools that sought to erase their language and ways of knowing. With each passing day, the rituals that once celebrated the cycles of life were slowly replaced by foreign customs that felt hollow and cold. The young woman found herself torn between two worlds, the one that her ancestors had known, full of stories, songs, and sacred dances, and the one that demanded compliance and conformity. She witnessed the elders' grief as they struggled to pass on their wisdom, their voices growing quieter while the shadows of colonization loomed larger. One evening, as she stood beside the river where generations of her family had fished and prayed, she felt the weight of the world on her shoulders. The water shimmered like a million stars, and she recalled the stories of the fish spirits that guided her ancestors. Yet the rivers were now polluted, the fish scarce. The connection to her identity was fraying, and her heart ached with the knowledge that the very essence of her people was at stake. In the villages where the colonizers settled, the fabric of daily life became a tapestry of desperation and resilience. Traditional knowledge was dismissed. The medicinal plants that had once healed the sick turned to weeds in the eyes of the newcomers. The young woman watched as her mother tried to teach her the ways of herbal medicine, only to be met with suspicion and scorn from those who believed in the power of pills and potions manufactured in faraway cities. The girl's spirit burned with a desire to preserve the teachings of her ancestors, to fight for the rights of her people. But what could she do against a tide so strong? During a gathering under the full moon, she listened to the stories of her elders, their voices like thunder in the silence, shaking the ground beneath her feet. They spoke of resistance, of the warriors who fought to protect their land and their ways. Their words ignited a fire in her heart, a spark of hope against the grim reality that surrounded them. As the seasons changed, so did the struggle. The young woman became a bridge between the past and the present, weaving the old teachings into the new. She began to gather her friends, sharing the songs and dances that had once filled their lives with joy. They met in secret, their laughter ringing like bells in the night, a defiance against the encroaching darkness. Together, they found strength in unity, a shared determination to reclaim their identity. But the colonizers' grip tightened, and the young woman knew that their journey would not be easy. The laws of the land favored the newcomers, and the whispers of her people echoed with fear of losing everything they held dear. The tension hung in the air, a palpable reminder of the stakes at play. Each moment was charged, the shadows of history looming over their every action. In the depths of her heart, she felt the pulse of her ancestors urging her forward. They had faced unimaginable challenges, yet they had endured through the generations. The young woman vowed not to let the flames of their culture extinguish in the winds of colonization. With newfound resolve, she rallied her community, reminding them that their stories were powerful, that they were woven into the very earth beneath their feet. The girl had transformed into a warrior of her people, battling not with swords, but with the strength of her spirit and the resilience of her heart. The dance of the past was alive in her movement, each step a declaration of identity, each beat a call to action. As the stars twinkled overhead, she knew that this fight was not just for her people but for all those whose voices had been silenced by the weight of colonization. Shadows shifted in the distance, dark figures looming like the weight of history itself. The young woman's heart raced as she prepared to stand against the storm. The battle for identity, culture, and the right to exist had begun, a war waged not with weapons, but with culture, spirit, and an unwavering belief in a future where her people could thrive once more. The echoes of generations fueled her determination, igniting a fierce fire that could never be snuffed out, as the rhythm of resistance pulsed louder than ever before. In the flickering light of a dying campfire, an old woman whispered to her grandchildren tales of their ancestors, stories woven from the threads of earth, wind, and sky. Each word crackled in the night air, a reminder of a world that danced with spirits and nature. Yet, across the river, the echoes of church bells rang out, a stark contrast to her sacred whispers, each chime a reminder of the new faith that was slowly, insidiously, taking root. The tension between these two worlds simmered just beneath the surface, a potent mix of reverence and resistance. The arrival of European settlers had turned the land into a tapestry of contradictions. Here, under the vast skies and over-rolling hills, indigenous beliefs rooted in harmony with nature intertwined with the rigid doctrines brought by the newcomers. In the small village of Hechicería, families gathered at twilight, their laughter mingling with the scent of the evening air thick with cedar and smoke. But even as they shared stories, the shadow of the church loomed, its steeple piercing the sky like a sword unsheathed. As dusk settled, an indigenous healer named Anya stood at the crossroads of her people's beliefs and the unfamiliar teachings introduced by missionaries. She could feel the weight of tradition on her shoulders, but as she looked at the faces of her loved ones illuminated by the fire's glow, she also felt the pull of something new. The prayer of her ancestors sang in her heart, a melody that clashed with the hymns that echoed through the settlement's wooden church. "God is everywhere," the priest said with a heavy accent, "yet he has chosen us." Anya, with the wild curls of her hair framing her face, wrestled with the implications of those words, searching for a way to honor both her heritage and the new paths being laid before her. In the fields beyond the village, the first signs of spring brought forth not only the blooming of wildflowers but also the stirrings of conflict. The indigenous people relied on their time-honored rituals to welcome the season, gathering to perform the ceremonial dance of the earth. The settlers watched curiously, some with disdain, others with fascination. The vibrant colors of the dancers' garments, a tapestry of history woven from generations past, stood in stark contrast to the sober black and white of Christian attire. It was a visual clash that spoke volumes of the deeper rifts forming in their shared world. One fateful night, a storm rolled in, fierce and unyielding, sweeping the village into chaos. The river swelled, threatening to wash away homes and lives. In this moment of desperation, Anya and the village priest found themselves side by side, united by a common fear. She looked into his eyes, and for the first time, she saw something beyond the barriers of their beliefs, a shared understanding of the fragility of existence. In their frantic efforts to save the village, they began to merge their prayers. Anya cried out to the spirits of her ancestors, while the priest offered his own supplication to his God. Their voices rose together, a haunting blend of languages and faith, echoing into the tempest. As dawn broke, revealing the devastation of the storm, the villagers emerged from their shelters, eyes wide with fear and awe. They found themselves standing in the ruins of their lives, but surrounded by a sense of unity forged in the fire of adversity. Anya looked around, her heart swelling with hope. The blending of their beliefs had created something new, something powerful, even as it stirred unease in the hearts of the more traditional members of both communities. As the weeks passed, the village held a gathering, a powerful moment where traditions clashed and converged. Anya and the priest stood at the center, still cautious but drawn together by the shared experience of survival. The drumbeats of indigenous songs filled the air, pulsating under the weight of the sun, while the priest led the congregation in prayers of thanks. The people swayed, caught between the old and the new, their souls craving connection amidst the turmoil. Children laughed and played, their innocence bridging the gap, unaware of the historical significance of their shared spaces. They made flower crowns from wild blooms, some incorporating the vibrant colors of the Catholic faith while others wove in sacred herbs, each crown a testament to the blending of their worlds. As the laughter echoed through the hills, Anya and the priest exchanged knowing glances, each beginning to understand the potential beauty in this convergence, even as doubt lingered like a fog in the morning light. But there were still whispers of dissent. Some elders frowned upon the changes, fearing the loss of identity, while others embraced the shift as a form of survival. The village became a microcosm of a greater struggle, the tension between old beliefs and new, crashing like waves against a rocky shore. Anya stood firm, her heart a battleground of longing and loyalty, unyielding in her resolve to honor her ancestors while embracing the spirit of community that transcended cultural boundaries. One evening, as the sun dipped low in the sky, painting it with hues of orange and pink, Anya gathered the villagers near the riverbank. "Let us celebrate the stories of our past and the promise of our future," she called, her voice steady yet filled with emotion. The air was electric, a palpable mix of hope and uncertainty. They lit candles, each flame representing a story, a belief, a prayer. As they danced under the stars, the merging of traditions found its rhythm, a melody that soared and dipped, echoing the heartbeat of the land itself. And in that moment, as the music swelled and the fire crackled, the boundaries that had once separated them began to fade, giving way to a future undefined but filled with possibilities. The old woman's stories and the church's hymns intertwined, creating a rich tapestry that told of struggle, resilience, and the indomitable spirit of a people finding their way together. Even as shadows lingered and uncertainty lay just beneath the surface, the flickering candles cast a warm glow, illuminating the path forward. Hinting at the complexities yet to come, a journey woven together by the very threads of their existence. The air hung thick with fear as the villagers gathered in the square, their eyes darting nervously from shadow to shadow. A chill ran through the crowd, not just from the cold wind sweeping down from the Andes, but from the whispers of witches and dark magic that had seeped into their lives. This was not just a gathering. It was a reckoning, a day that would etch itself into the history of colonial South America. The sun hung low, casting long shadows that danced ominously on the cobblestone streets as the townsfolk awaited the arrival of the Inquisition. In the whispers of the crowd, names surfaced like specters. Maria, the healer whose remedies had once brought comfort, now spoke of as a witch. Her hands, once thought to possess the gift of healing, were now considered tainted. She had tended to the sick and injured, but now the same hands were accused of weaving curses and casting spells. The stories had twisted like a vine, wrapping tighter around her neck with each telling. The fear of the unknown had transformed into a hunger for blood, and the villagers, caught in the grip of superstition, were ready to point fingers at anyone who stirred their dread. As the sun sank lower, plunging the square into twilight, two figures stepped forward from the crowd. One was a man of the cloth, clad in the dark robes of the Inquisition, his face a mask of stern judgment. The other was a local magistrate, a figure of authority weighed down by the heavy burden of expectation. They were the bearers of judgment, the architects of despair. With each step they took toward the accused, the crowd held its breath, hearts pounding in unison, as if the very air between them crackled with dread. "Who here believes in the devil's work?" The inquisitor's voice boomed, slicing through the tension, igniting an inferno of panic in their chests. Hands shot up, trembling fingers eager to cast aside their fears by casting blame. The villagers had seen their crops fail, their children fall ill, and all they could comprehend was that darkness had seeped into their lives. The specter of witchcraft loomed large, and they were desperate to find a scapegoat. The square transformed into a theater of horror. Accusations flew like arrows, piercing the hearts of those who once lived in harmony. The air grew thick with desperation, and the very ground seemed to tremble under the weight of their fears. Women stood before the crowd, their faces pale as they were dragged forth, trembling and pleading for mercy. The cries of innocence echoed against the stone walls, but the mob was relentless. fueled by the power of suggestion and the lust for justice that had gone awry. As the fire crackled in the distance, casting a flickering light upon the accused, the atmosphere turned electric. Maria, her spirit soaring like the flames that threatened her, raised her chin defiantly. "You do not know what you do," she shouted, her voice strong despite the trembling in her limbs. "I am no witch. I am your neighbor, your friend." But her pleas fell on deaf ears, drowned out by the chant of the crowd, a feverish mantra that grew louder with each passing moment. They were no longer just neighbors. They were a mob. The sound of the wooden gallows creaking in the wind echoed in their minds, a cruel reminder of the fate that awaited those who stood accused. What began as a whisper had bloomed into a cacophony of hysteria, spreading through the streets like a wildfire. The crack of a whip, the harsh call of the inquisitor, the rustle of the crowd, all of it blended into a horrific symphony that played on the strings of human emotion, tugging them further into a dark abyss. A frail woman, hunched and trembling, was dragged forward. Her gray hair fell in disarray around her shoulders, a testament to her years of solitude. She was known as the Witch of the Woods, a title once spoken with reverence but now laced with fear. As she stood before the crowd, she raised her gnarled hands in a gesture of peace, but the villagers saw only malice. They remembered the old tales, the stories of strange occurrences that flanked her presence. A light flickering in the evening sky, a sudden storm that seemed to follow her steps. All was twisted now, shrouded in the fog of superstition. The inquisitor, sensing the pulse of the crowd, leaned in closer, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. "What if she brings forth the devil's army?" The words were like poison, seeping into the hearts of the onlookers, igniting every fear they had ever harbored. Suddenly, they were not just witnesses. They were participants in a grim spectacle, their instincts sharpened by the promise of safety through sacrifice. As the night wore on, accusations spiraled like a tornado, uprooting lives in their path. The fires blazed brighter, illuminating the faces of the terrified and the bloodthirsty alike. Each scream that pierced the night sent shivers down spines, echoing long after the last embers had cooled. No one was safe, not even those who stood on the outskirts watching in horror as friends turned against friends. Everyone felt the weight of guilt that pressed against their chests, a burden that twisted together with the palpable fear that hung in the air. Then, with a flourish, the inquisitor raised his hand, silencing the crowd. "Let us purge this village of its evil," he declared, a roar of approval rising from the thrumming mass. They had become a collective force, fueled by a sense of righteousness that blinded them to the truth. The flames flickered in the distance, beckoning, as if promising both retribution and redemption. And in that moment, no one questioned the righteousness of the hunt, as the line between justice and vengeance blurred beyond recognition. From the shadows, a figure emerged, cloaked in the mystery of the night. A young girl, eyes wide and glistening with unshed tears, watched the unfolding chaos. She had heard the stories told by her grandmother, tales of powerful women who had once commanded respect and reverence. But now, those stories had turned bitter, twisted into nightmares that played out before her. The girl's heart raced as she stood frozen, torn between the history of her people and the terrifying present that lurked just beyond her reach. As the night deepened, the fires crackled and popped, casting eerie shadows that danced upon the walls of the village. Those shadows whispered secrets of old, stories of power intertwined with vulnerability, of love turned to fear. And in the oppressive darkness, everyone knew that the witch hunts would not end here. They would spread and grow, feeding on the flames of ignorance and paranoia, fueling a cycle that would haunt the land for generations to come. The girl turned, her heart heavy as she fled into the night, knowing that the echoes of these trials would resonate long after the fires had burned out. On a balmy night, under a sky that flickered with stars, the air crackled with excitement and anticipation in the streets of Salvador, Brazil. drumming echoed through narrow alleyways, wrapping around corners and drifting into the hearts of those who dared to listen. It was a night for honoring the spirits, for feeling alive in ways that transcended the mundane. The pulsating rhythm beckoned the faithful, guiding them into a world where history and spirit intertwined, where the legacy of ancestors whispered across generations. As the drummers played, each beat carried fragments of a story that had begun centuries earlier. It was a tale of resilience, rooted deeply in the soil of Africa, carried across the Atlantic by those who faced unimaginable horrors but clung to their hopes, their gods, their memories. They arrived in Brazil, not as conquerors but as the conquered, yet their spirits remained unbroken. From the shadows of slave ships they brought with them a rich tapestry of rituals and beliefs, weaving them into the fabric of Brazilian life. Candomblé, a sacred practice, began to rise like a phoenix from the ashes of oppression. It was a vibrant expression of faith that blended African traditions with elements of Catholicism, creating a unique spiritual path. In homes and in clandestine gatherings, the scent of incense mingled with the sounds of chanting, inviting the orixás, powerful deities representing nature and human experience, to inhabit the lives of their followers. Each orixá had a story, a personality, and a set of rituals that revealed the depth of their essence. The moment one stepped into a terreiro, a candomblé house of worship, they were enveloped in a world unlike any other. The colors were bold, the sounds were alive, and the energy was palpable. Here, the walls were adorned with images of orixás and vibrant fabrics that celebrated their presence. Every inch of the space pulsed with history, each corner holding secrets of the past, memories of those who had danced, prayed, and sought solace within its embrace. As women dressed in flowing white garments began to sway, the air thickened with emotion. Their movements were not mere dance. They were prayers written in the language of the body. The atmosphere transformed, becoming electric with the promise of communion with the divine. It was in these moments that the ancestors were invoked, and the spirits of those who had suffered were honored. Those present felt a connection that transcended time, a bond forged in fire and pain, joy and celebration. Yet the rise of candomblé was not without its struggles. As the practice flourished, it drew the ire of colonial authorities and religious leaders who viewed it as a threat. They could not understand the power of a faith that rose from the ashes of suffering, a faith that empowered the oppressed to reclaim their identities. There were moments of violence, of destruction, as protectors of the status quo sought to extinguish the light of this vibrant culture. But like the orixás they prayed to, practitioners of candomblé were resilient. They transformed their pain into strength, fighting for the right to worship and to celebrate their heritage. Families gathered in secret, their hearts beating as one to the rhythms of survival. They sang songs passed down through generations, reclaiming the echoes of their ancestors. With each gathering, the flames of their faith burned brighter. The sense of community deepened, and as they shared in the rituals, they felt the presence of the orixás wrapping around them like a protective cloak. In those moments, hope was a tangible force, a light that would not be dimmed by persecution. Time turned, and the world around them began to change. The rise of Afro-Brazilian identity took form as artists, musicians, and intellectuals began to weave their voices into the national dialogue. Candomblé found its way into literature, music, and art, breaking down barriers and opening hearts. The drums that once beat in secret began to echo in the streets, inviting all who would listen to join in a celebration of life, of struggle, and of freedom. The festivals became a spectacle of color and sound, drawing people from all walks of life. Locals danced alongside tourists, all losing themselves in the intoxicating rhythm. It was a vivid tapestry, rich with the flavors of history, pain, and triumph. As the sun set on those vibrant days, the moon rose high, casting its glow on the faces of those reveling in the joyous cacophony. It was a time of unity, where the past was not forgotten but embraced, a reminder that the journey of Candomblé was one of continuous resistance and transformation. Yet, even in the midst of this rising tide, there were darker undercurrents. The fight for recognition and respect was ongoing. The practice faced misrepresentation and misunderstanding, often portrayed through the lens of sensationalism. But the practitioners stood firm. They knew the truth of their faith, that it was not merely a set of rituals, but a lifeline connecting them to their ancestors, a means of understanding their place in the cosmos. As the beat of the drums reverberated through the air, so too did the echoes of history. Candomblé was not just a religion, it was a living testament to the strength of a people who refused to be silenced. With every dance, every prayer, they wove a narrative of resilience that challenged the world to see them, not as victims, but as warriors of spirit, guardians of culture, illuminated by the light of their shared heritage. In those fervent moments of prayer and celebration, the boundary between the human and the divine blurred. The Oryxas descended upon the faithful, filling them with a sense of purpose that resonated deep within. It was a calling that transcended generations, a promise that echoed through the ages. The hearts of the people beat as one, a chorus of voices rising together, filled with hope, pain, and joy. And so, as the sun dipped below the horizon and night enveloped the city, the spirit of Candomblé surged on, riding the waves of history, wrapping around the very essence of Brazil itself. The dance continued, a vibrant reminder that their story was far from over, that the flame of their heritage would burn brightly, illuminating the path for generations to come. The night was alive, and the journey of Candomblé was just beginning. In a dimly lit cave, shadows flicker on ancient walls where the whispers of forgotten souls echo through time. A flickering fire casts a warm glow, illuminating the faces of those who gather, their eyes wide with both fear and hope. Tonight marks the sacred ritual of healing, a practice handed down through generations, yet now teetering on the brink of being lost forever. Long ago, in the valleys of the Andes, shamans wielded the power of plants and spirits to heal the sick. When the sun dipped below the horizon, they would gather sacred herbs, their aromas mingling in the air like an intoxicating elixir. Each leaf was brushed against the skin of the afflicted, a ritualistic caress promising relief. The shamans knew every whisper of the wind, every pulse of the earth beneath their feet. They felt the life around them, and their remedies were born from an intimate bond with nature. In those ancient times, sickness was not merely a physical ailment. It was believed to be a disconnection, a rift between the spirit and the body. A healer, cloaked in the feathers of a condor, would chant incantations that echoed the very heartbeat of the universe. The flickering flames danced, casting shadows that seemed to sway in rhythm with the healer's voice. As the ritual unfolded, participants would feel a shiver of energy, a connection that transcended the mundane, a reminder that they were part of something far greater. Across the seas and the misty forests of Europe, the wise women gathered in circles, their hands stained with the colors of the earth. They brewed potions steeped in moonlight and whispered secrets to wildflowers. Amongst the elder trees, they forged bonds with the spirits of the forest, learning from the creatures who roamed the underbrush. They treated ailments with the precision of artists, crafting remedies from roots, barks, and blossoms. Fever, pain, and sorrow were soothed with the gentleness of a mother's embrace, and as the cauldron bubbled, hope simmered just beneath the surface. In the ancient texts of Egypt, remedies intermingled with spells inscribed on papyrus, a blend of medicine and magic that held the key to wellness. Priests in ornate garb would lead the sick to temples adorned with vibrant murals depicting healing gods. They would invoke the powers of Isis, goddess of life, as they tenderly applied balms made from honey and oils. The sick would lie on stone beds, listening to the rhythmic chanting that enveloped them. Their bodies relaxed, their spirits lifted, Those rituals filled the air with an electric charge, igniting a fierce belief in the power of the divine. Yet, as time flowed like a river, the wisdom of these ancient healers began to slip through the cracks of history. The rise of modern medicine pulled the curtain on rituals that had once held the hearts of communities. Knowledge that had been passed down through oral traditions faded into obscurity, leaving behind only traces of what once was. The healers watched as their sacred practices were dismissed, their ceremonies replaced by sterile hospitals and pharmaceuticals that came in colorful capsules. But there are still echoes of those lost rituals whispered on the winds today. In the villages of the Amazon, a few brave souls continue to practice the arts of their ancestors. They gather once a month under the full moon to honor the spirits that guide them. With each passing month, they light their sacred fires, invoking the same energy that coursed through the veins of their forebears. They mix ayahuasca, a potent brew that opens the door to other realms, with prayers that ripple through the night air. Those who drink it often describe visions that shake their core, revealing hidden truths and unresolved pains. Moments later, they emerge into the physical world transformed, like a butterfly breaking free from its cocoon. In the streets of old cities, faint remnants of herbal shops still exist, where the scent of dried lavender and sage waft through tiny windows. The aroma tells tales of remedies once shared among neighbors over cups of herbal tea, laughter intertwining with the history of the leaves. There, the whispers of centuries past linger like a haunting melody, waiting to be acknowledged once more. Silently, they call out for the revival of the wisdom that once thrived. As the sun sets behind the mountains and the stars shimmer like diamonds in the vast sky, there lies an invitation in the air, a beckoning to reconnect with the healing practices of yesteryear. An ache lingers in the hearts of those who remember, who feel the pull of their ancestors guiding them back to the roots of healing. It is a yearning that transcends time, a flicker of hope against the backdrop of a world that often forgets the power of the earth and spirit. In the coming weeks, gatherings will take place in hidden corners, where the old ways will be rekindled. The spark of connection will reignite as people hold hands in circles, their voices rising in unison, calling upon nature to heal their wounds. A wildflower here, a bone broth there, small yet potent acts that weave together the tapestry of human existence. Each participant will feel the weight of their ancestors' gaze, a reminder that they are not alone in their suffering, that healing is a collective journey. As the rituals unfold, the air thickens with emotion. Tears will mingle with laughter, pain will transform into catharsis, and the faint song of a drum will echo through the night, stitching together the hearts of those present. Each beat will resonate like the pulse of the earth, reminding them that healing is not just a personal journey, but a sacred dance shared between souls, a passage that reaches back into the depths of time. And as the fire crackles, casting its glow on the faces that lean closer, each one will know that they are both the healer and the healed. In the lingering warmth of that sacred space, time loses its grip, and the line between the past and present fades into insignificance. They are bound by the threads of history, woven into a fabric of resilience and hope. The spirits of the healed and the healers alike will watch over them, whispering encouragement as they step forward into the unknown, ready to reclaim what was lost. The moon hung low in the night sky, casting a silvery glow over the ancient village of Wickerwood. Shadows flitted through the trees, whispering secrets of times long past. Beneath this celestial light, a figure cloaked in dark fabric moved with purpose, a glint of something small and shimmering tucked inside her palm. A hush fell around her, as if the very air held its breath, for she was not just a woman. She was a witch, and the object she held was an amulet, pulsating with energy, a lifeline to the spirits that danced just beyond human sight. Amulets and talismans have always stirred the imagination, woven into the fabric of human history like threads of fate. In ancient civilizations, they were crafted from stones, bones, and metals, each material chosen for its unique properties. Egyptians wore scarabs to ensure safe passage into the afterlife, while the Celts fashioned intricate knots to protect against malevolent spirits. History is littered with these small yet powerful objects. They were believed to ward off evil, attract love, or even bring prosperity. The witch knew this history well, for every amulet carried the weight of stories, sacrifices, and hopes. As the witch paused by an ancient oak, gnarled and wise, she could feel the energy pulsing from her amulet. It was said to contain the essence of a long-gone ancestor, a guardian spirit that watched over her. She thought of the countless witches before her, those who had clutched similar charms in desperate times, whispering incantations as the world around them grew dark. The whispers of the past tangled with her present, filling her with determination. The amulet was not just a piece of jewelry, it was a connection to her lineage, to the wisdom of those who had traversed the realms of life and death. In the vibrant streets of ancient Rome, merchants peddled their wares under the watchful eye of the gods. Here, they sold amulets engraved with the visage of Fortuna, the goddess of luck. Roman soldiers carried these talismans into battle, believing they could shift the tides of fate in their favor. Even in the heat of conflict, men would clasp their charms tight, a flicker of hope igniting in their hearts as arrows soared overhead. The tales of victory and defeat were inscribed in their very essence, with each amulet a testament to human resilience. The witch's heart raced as she recalled the stories of her own ancestors, women who had stood against the storm, using their talismans to invoke protection. Each bead strung on a necklace, each carved symbol held a particular power, a promise that they would not face their struggles alone. As she fished the amulet from her palm, she could almost hear their voices, urging her to remember the strength that flowed through her blood. Little did she know, the shadows around her were beginning to stir, a creature drawn by the warmth of her spirit, hungry for the magic she wielded. In the dim light of the flickering candle, the witch crafted her amulet with care. She selected a piece of quartz, its clarity mesmerizing, and began inscribing runes that sang of protection. With every stroke of her blade, she whispered incantations that danced on the edge of the wind, weaving an invisible web of safety around her home. Talismans were not mere decorations. They were alive, responding to the intentions set by their creators. The witch could feel the energy humming in the air, a promise of sanctuary against the darkness that lurked just out of sight. Yet, not all amulets were used for protection. In the bustling markets of the East, fragrant stalls brimmed with love charms made of herbs and spices, their scents intoxicating and alluring. These talismans were crafted with care, each ingredient chosen for its power to draw affection and passion. As the witch recalled the aroma of jasmine and rose, a flutter of longing stirred within her, reminding her that desire could be just as potent a force as fear. The stirrings of the heart were as powerful as any spell, capable of binding souls together or tearing them apart. The witch was suddenly aware of a presence behind her, a chill creeping up her spine. She turned, her heart hammering in her chest. A figure cloaked in shadows loomed, its eyes glinting like dark obsidian. This was not a mere mortal, it was a spirit, a forgotten soul seeking recognition from the living. The amulet in her hand glowed brighter, its energy pushing back against the darkness. "I mean you no harm," she whispered, her voice steady despite the tempest swirling within her. With a flick of her wrist, she extended the amulet toward the specter. "You are not alone," she said, feeling the connection that fueled her words. The power of the talisman surged, bridging the gap between realms, and she saw the spirit's form flicker, revealing a face twisted in sorrow. In this moment, she realized the true purpose of her witchcraft: to heal the rifts, to mend what had been broken. The spirit paused, its presence shifting as if caught between worlds. It was a reminder that amulets and talismans were not simply about protection or allure. They could also serve as conduits of compassion, binding together the living and the dead. With each heartbeat, the witch felt the weight of her amulet, a talisman of connection that resonated with every soul it touched. All around her, the night seemed alive with possibilities. Each shadow a mystery waiting to be unraveled. The witch clutched her amulet tightly, a silent vow echoing within her. She would continue this sacred work, forging a path through the dark, one charm at a time, allowing the power of the past to guide her steps. And as the spirit began to dissolve back into the ether, a sense of calm enveloped her, as if the amulet had whispered the secrets of the ages into her very soul. With the memory of the encounter still fresh, she turned her attention back to the ancient oak, its branches swaying gently in the night breeze. The amulet glimmered like a star in her palm, a symbol of her destiny. As she moved deeper into the forest, the shadows whispered anew, calling her forward. The night held many secrets, and with each step she felt the pull of history wrapping around her, promising that the stories of amulets and talismans were far from over. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting golden rays across the vast expanse of the Amazon rainforest, a soft melody enveloped the air, a haunting tune played by the wind through the leaves. For the indigenous peoples of South America, this twilight moment was far more than a shifting of day to night. It was a portal to another world. Dreams in their eyes were not merely the musings of a sleeping mind, but sacred threads connecting the earthly realm to the spiritual. In this vibrant tapestry of life, every dream held weight, echoing the whispers of ancestors long gone and the prophecies of futures yet to unfold. The shaman, cloaked in feathers and beads, sat cross-legged on the forest floor, his breath steady, eyes closed. With each inhalation, he reached deep into the essence of the universe, calling upon the spirits to guide him. In this intimate communion, he sought answers to the questions of his tribe, creating a bridge between the seen and the unseen. The importance of dreams extended far beyond personal visions. In the ancient Incan civilization, dreams were a vital aspect of daily life. They believed that during sleep, the soul traveled to the celestial realm, communicating with the gods and ancestors. Villagers would gather the morning after a significant dream to interpret its meaning. Prophecies, warnings, and insights flowed like the rivers that crisscrossed their landscapes, shaping decisions that could alter the course of their lives. The night held secrets, and those who dared to listen could navigate the trials of existence with wisdom bestowed by the divine. Yet, it wasn't just the mighty Incas who revered dreams. The Mapuche people, nestled in the lush valleys of Chile and Argentina, shared a profound respect for the dream world. To them, dreams were like stories told by the earth itself. A dream of a soaring eagle could signal a time for personal growth, while a night filled with the cries of jaguars warned of impending danger. Each dream painted a vivid picture that guided their actions by merging their visible reality with the invisible forces of nature. As the fire crackled and embers danced toward the stars, a young girl named Isabella sat close, her dark eyes wide with anticipation. She had been waiting for this moment, the night when she would receive her first dream. The elders had spoken of it with reverence, telling tales of visions that transformed lives. Isabella felt a flutter of excitement mixed with fear, a fear rooted in the unknown. Would her dreams be filled with laughter, or would they reveal darkness? In another part of the continent, the Aymara people, with their rich cultural heritage, also believed in the potency of dreams. They practiced a ritual known as tinke, where individuals would seek guidance through dreams before embarking on significant journeys or making crucial decisions. Here, in this sacred act, the line between reality and dreams blurred. The night air thickened with anticipation as families would gather, eyes glistening with hope, waiting for revelations to unfold. As Isabella drifted into sleep, the world around her faded, and the veil between realms lifted. She found herself standing at the edge of a cliff, overlooking a shimmering valley. A rush of wind tousled her hair, and she felt an exhilarating freedom. Below, she spotted a group of figures dancing under a canopy of stars. They beckoned her with laughter that echoed through the night, a sound both comfortingly familiar and hauntingly distant. With every beat of her heart, she knew she was on the cusp of something monumental. For the elders, dreams were not just personal revelations but collective experiences that shaped their community's identity. The dream of a revered chief, relayed in the early morning light, could unite a village or shift the course of a battle. Each interpretation was steeped in history, tying together generations with invisible threads that pulsed with life. The stories woven in sleep became a living part of their culture, carrying the weight of their ancestors' wisdom, guiding them through the storms of existence. Isabella awoke with her heart racing, the images fresh in her mind. The laughter of the dancers lingered, igniting a spark of curiosity within her. What did it mean? She felt an urgency, a sense that the spirits had chosen her for something greater. As she rushed to share her experience, the village buzzed with the excitement of interpretation, each elder offering their insights. The atmosphere crackled with energy, each word adding layers of meaning that spun around her like the vibrant colors of a tapestry. Among the Guarani tribes in the lush regions of Brazil and Paraguay, the significance of dreams mirrored the sacred rituals that connected daily life with the divine. For them, dreams could lead to healing and insight. Shamans would guide individuals through ceremonies designed to enhance dreaming, a practice that emphasized the importance of clarity and intention. They believed that through understanding one's dreams, people could not only navigate personal struggles but also affect the health of their community. In a small village, a healer lay on a mat, surrounded by those seeking wisdom. They shared their dreams, voices rising and falling like the rhythm of the jungle. A young man spoke of a serpent coiling around him, an omen of transformation. A mother described a storm that raged in her sleep, foreshadowing the struggles she faced in her waking life. The healer listened intently, weaving their dreams into a narrative that brought solace and clarity, turning confusion into insight. As the sun broke through the horizon, Isabella felt changed. The village embraced her story, and with each telling, the laughter of the dream dancers became louder in her heart. She had crossed an invisible threshold, stepping into a world where dreams were not just fleeting images but powerful forces that shaped destinies. Her journey was only beginning, a thread woven into the rich tapestry of a culture that thrived on the wisdom of dreams, where each heartbeat resonated with the echoes of the past, guiding them into the unfolding mystery of tomorrow. In the dim light of an ancient forest, shadows danced among the trees as a chill settled in the air. The whispers of ancestral spirits rustled through the leaves, weaving tales of forgotten rituals and lost souls. Each crack of the twigs beneath footfalls echoed with a haunting reminder. Protection was more than a mere shield. It was a sacred covenant with the universe itself. In every culture, across every era, humans have sought to safeguard their souls from lurking darkness, whether it be the malevolent gaze of a jealous neighbor or the weighty burden of grief. From the Egyptian pyramids to the mystical shrines of the Celts, rituals of protection were crafted with utmost care, steeped in history and emotion. They were not just acts of belief, they were desperate pleas, woven into the very fabric of existence. Take, for instance, the ancient Egyptians, who believed that the heart was the seat of the soul. Before one could enter the afterlife, the heart was weighed against the feather of Ma'at, the goddess of truth. Should the heart be heavier, it would be consumed by Ammit, the devourer of souls. Thus, to protect oneself, families would bury small amulets with their dead, tokens meant to shield their loved ones on their journey beyond. Each amulet carried its own energy, a promise that love would transcend the boundaries of life and death. Across the seas, in the misty hills of Scotland, The Celts carved intricate patterns into stones, marking sacred sites with symbols of protection. These stones were not mere decorations, they were powerful talismans, believed to ward off evil spirits that roamed the earth. The energy of the earth itself was captured within these stones, forming a bond between the living and the otherworldly. As dusk fell and the fog rolled in, villagers would gather around a fire, chanting incantations passed down through generations, their voices rising like smoke to the heavens, seeking divine guardianship over their souls. In the heart of Africa, the Zulu people would summon the ancestors, their voices rising in a rhythmic symphony of prayer and song. Protecting the soul was a community effort, a collective embrace of love and memory. Rituals were held under the watchful eyes of elders who drew from the wisdom of their forebears. They would create intricate beadwork, each color symbolizing a different aspect of life, strength, love, and protection. These beads were worn close to the body, believed to shield the wearer from harm and attract positive energy. The vibrant colors shone against dark skin, a reminder that the spirit of the ancestors was ever present, guarding the living with fierce devotion. In ancient Greece, the notion of protection took on a different flavor. The Greeks believed in the power of the gods, offering sacrifices to secure their favor. From sacred animals to the fruits of the harvest, these acts were imbued with intention, each offering a plea for safety and strength. Temples adorned with statues of deities stood tall as sanctuaries, where mortals could seek refuge from the chaotic world outside. The sound of clanging bronze would fill the air as priests performed their rituals, invoking divine protection for both the city and its people. They would light sacred fires, their flames flickering against the night sky, a beacon of hope against encroaching shadows. Meanwhile, in the far reaches of the Andes, the Inca civilization carved their own path of protection. The mountains, revered as sacred guardians, held stories of creation and destruction. Rituals were performed at the crack of dawn, when the sun first kissed the peaks. Offerings of coca leaves, gold, and even the blood of llamas were made to Pachamama, the Earth Mother, in hopes of shielding the community from natural disasters and ensuring a bountiful harvest. In return, it was believed that the mountains would stand watch over them, their silent presence a reassuring reminder that they were not alone in their earthly struggles. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the stories of these rituals mingled in the air like an enchanting melody, a call to arms against the darkness that threatened to consume the soul. The weight of human experience pressed against hearts, each person grappling with their own fears and hopes. The rituals were not mere acts of superstition, they were lifelines, woven into the tapestry of existence, connecting individuals to their ancestors and the universe. In the quiet corners of modern life, remnants of these ancient practices linger. People hang protective symbols above their doors, carry crystals in their pockets, and light candles during moments of doubt. They recite mantras and prayers, hoping to shield themselves from the pressures of the world, seeking solace and strength in rituals passed down through ages. Each flicker of flame, every whispered word, becomes a powerful affirmation that they are not alone. As the world spins on, the echoes of these rituals continue to resonate, a reminder that protection is a universal need, an instinct deeply rooted in the human soul. Yet, even as these practices evolve, the core remains unchanged, the desperate yearning to safeguard that which we hold dear. The shadows of the past stretch into the present, guiding hearts through the uncertainty of life. The stories of guardianship persist, blending history with modernity, each thread woven into the collective consciousness of humanity. With every flickering candle and whispered prayer, the souls of those who came before us stand by, reminding us that we are all part of a grand narrative, a tale of love, loss, and resilience. The forest whispers its secrets, the mountains hold watch, and the spirits of our ancestors echo through the ages, breathing life into the rituals of protection that shield our souls. As night deepens and a sense of urgency builds, the energy shifts, revealing that the true battle is just beginning, a journey that will lead souls into uncharted territories where light and darkness intertwine, waiting to be embraced. The air crackled with anticipation as the flickering candlelight danced across the worn, wooden table. Shadows flickered like whispers of the past, and in that dimly lit room, the silence was thick enough to cut. On the table lay an array of intriguing objects, each one steeped in mystery and history. Tarot cards with intricate illustrations, a crystal ball that seemed to pulse with an inner light, and small, intricately carved runes that held the weight of ancient secrets. These were more than mere tools. They were gateways to worlds unseen, conduits connecting the mundane with the extraordinary. In ancient times, divination was woven deeply into the fabric of society. It was not a mere hobby or an oddity practiced by a handful of eccentrics, but a revered art that guided kings and commoners alike. The oracles of Delphi, with their mystical prophecies, held power over empires, while shamans from various cultures peered into the smoke of sacred fires, seeking visions that would guide their tribes. The stakes were always high. A wrong interpretation could spell disaster. A correct one could lead to glory. As the candle flickered, a gust of wind rattled the window, sending a shiver down the spine of anyone present. It was in moments like these that the veil between worlds seemed thinnest. The tarot cards, with their striking imagery of the Fool, the Tower, and the Lovers, had a way of reflecting the innermost thoughts and fears of those who dared to seek their truth. Each shuffle of the deck was a sacred act, a ritual meant to summon guidance from the universe. The reader's fingers would brush over the cards, charged with energy, as they laid them down in a spread, each card revealing a piece of the puzzle that was life. Across the ages, various methods of divination have emerged, each steeped in its own history and significance. The ancient Chinese practiced I Ching, casting yarrow sticks to reveal patterns that spoke of balance and harmony. The Romans relied on augury, observing the flight patterns of birds as a means of interpreting divine will. Each method was unique, yet shared a common goal: to connect with forces beyond the ordinary, to glean insights that could shape destinies. Then there were the bones. Yes, bones. In many indigenous cultures, casting bones was not merely a game of chance. It was a sacred act of communion with ancestors and spirits. Each bone held a story, a fragment of the past waiting to be told. As the bones tumbled across the earth, they created a new narrative, one that could illuminate the path forward. This ancient practice resonated with the primal urge to understand one's fate, to seek answers in a chaotic world. But the tools of divination were not always as tangible as cards or bones. Dreams, too, held a significant place in this mystical realm. To the ancient Egyptians, dreams were messages from the gods, and their priests studied them meticulously. A dream of flight might signify freedom, while a dream of drowning could foretell hardship. The very act of interpreting dreams was a delicate dance, a balance between intuition and knowledge. The tension in the room thickened as a figure leaned closer to the table, eyes wide with expectation. A crystal ball sat at the center, a mesmerizing orb that seemed to swirl with clouds of mist. It was not merely glass, it was a vessel of possibility. Gazing into its depths could reveal future events or hidden truths, but one had to tread lightly. The crystal ball was fickle, reflecting not just what one wished to see but also what one feared most. In a moment of hushed silence, the viewer looked into the crystal's depths, heart racing. The fog within began to shift, shadows coalescing into vague shapes. A figure emerged, a hint of a face that felt both familiar and foreign. The air grew heavy as the viewer's heart thudded like a drum, echoing the haunting tension of the unknown. Images and emotions surged: a lost love, a looming decision, a path untaken. And as the viewer was engulfed by the visions, the candle flickered again, casting an eerie glow that danced around the room. It was then that the tools of divination, which had rested silently on the table, seemed to pulse with life. The tarot cards began to whisper secrets. The runes vibrated as if yearning to be cast. A powerful aroma of sage filled the air. A cleansing ritual was needed, a way to dispel the lingering doubts and fears. The diviner reached for the sage, lighting it with a steady hand. Smoke curled upward, spiraling toward the ceiling, wrapping around the room like an ethereal embrace. Each breath filled with the rich scent of cleansing, a reminder that past burdens could be lifted, that clarity might follow chaos. As the smoke coiled, it seemed to join the energies swirling in the crystal ball, amplifying the connection between the seen and unseen. This was not just a moment. It was an experience. The viewer felt the weight of generations past, the hopes and dreams of countless souls who had sought answers in the same way. Each method, cards, bones, dreams, held its own power. The cards were like mirrors reflecting the soul, while the bones told tales of fate woven by the cosmos. The crystal ball, a swirling galaxy of potential, promised the allure of the future. Yet the viewer's heart raced with both excitement and fear. What if the answers sought were not the ones desired? What if the truth was darker than the sweetest dreams? The tension crackled in the air, a palpable charge of emotion that left one breathless. The excitement of the unknown mingled with the dread of revelation, creating a perfect storm within. And just as the viewer prepared to delve deeper into the visions, a sudden noise shattered the silence, a loud knock on the door echoing through the room. It was an interruption that reverberated like a thunderclap, jolting everybody back to the present. The moment hung in the air, electric and charged, filled with the promise of new revelations and the mysteries still waiting to unfold. Would they dare to open that door, to let in whatever lay beyond? In the dim light of flickering candles, a shiver ran through the air, thick with the scent of burning herbs and the murmurs of ancient incantations. The shadows danced against the walls, twisting in ways that felt almost alive. It was a setting where the lines between reality and the supernatural blurred, and where the presence of animals held a significance that pulsed with a heartbeat of its own. In South American witchcraft, animals were not merely creatures roaming the earth, they were powerful allies, embodiments of spirits, and messengers from the unseen. The jaguar, regal and fierce, symbolized strength and the untamed forces of nature. When the jaguar's growl echoed through the jungle, it felt like a warning to all who dared to tread too close to the mysteries hidden within. Those who practiced witchcraft often sought its guidance, hoping to harness its ferocity in their spells and rituals. Then there was the serpent, slithering silently, a creature steeped in duality. It represented both life and death, renewal and decay. In the hands of a witch, the serpent's skin became a powerful talisman, carrying the weight of transformation. To see a witch entwined with a serpent was to witness an ancient bond, one that spoke of secrets passed down through generations. The hiss of the snake could send chills down the spine, a reminder of the unpredictable nature of the forces at play. The hummingbird, delicate and mesmerizing, played a contrasting role. Its vibrant colors and swift movements brought joy and beauty, yet its presence also hinted at the fleeting nature of life. In South American folklore, the hummingbird was often linked to love and the spirit world. A witch might summon the energy of the hummingbird to cast spells of attraction or to communicate with lost loved ones. The hummingbird's wings fluttered like whispers, echoing the unending cycle of life, death, and rebirth. Bats, too, held a unique place in this intricate tapestry of belief. Often associated with the night, they flitted through the darkness, serving as guides to the spirit realm. Impenetrable shadows wrapped around them as they flew, making them elusive and mysterious. To some, they symbolized fear, but to others, they were harbingers of change. A skilled witch would invoke the bat's essence during rituals, calling upon its ability to navigate the unseen. The rustle of their wings would send a thrill through the air, a promise of power waiting to be tapped into. As the night deepened, the cries of the animals mingled with the chants of the witches. It created a symphony of sounds that resonated within the very soul of the earth. Rituals often involved the sacrifice of animals, a practice that echoed with both reverence and trepidation. The blood of a goat or the feathers of a bird were seen as offerings, a way to appease the spirits and seek their favor. The act was not taken lightly. It was a dance with forces beyond human comprehension, a delicate balance between gratitude and desperation. In the misty depths of the Amazon, a witch named Isabella stood before an altar, surrounded by talismans crafted from the remnants of animals. She wore a necklace of jaguar teeth and bracelets made from snakeskin, symbols of her connection to these powerful beings. Tonight was a night of reckoning, and she could feel the weight of the spirits pressing down upon her. The air crackled with energy as she called forth the essence of her animal allies. With each word, she wove a spell, invoking the jaguar to lend her strength, the serpent to guide her path, the hummingbird to fill her heart with love, and the bat to illuminate the darkness. The candles flickered wildly as if responding to her call, and a low growl echoed in the distance, sending a wave of goosebumps racing across her skin. It was a sign that the spirits were listening, that they were present. As the night unfolded, the boundaries between the living and the spirit world began to dissolve. Isabella felt the presence of ancient beings swirling around her, their energy pulsating like a heartbeat. The animals she had summoned began to take form, their eyes glowing with an otherworldly light. In that moment, she was no longer just a witch but a conduit through which the wisdom of the ages flowed. The air thickened with anticipation, and the shadows grew deeper. A sudden rustling drew her attention to the edge of the clearing. A black crow perched silently on a branch, its gaze piercing through the darkness. The crow was a symbol of prophecy and insight, and Isabella knew she needed to listen closely. Its presence was no coincidence. It was a harbinger of fate, warning her of impending challenges. As she locked eyes with the crow, a chill ran down her spine. The air crackled once more, and she felt the weight of destiny resting upon her shoulders. The animals were not just allies. They were guides through the labyrinth of life and death, showing her paths she had yet to tread. Each creature held a story, a lesson woven through time, and she was but a thread in this intricate web. The night stretched on, filled with the whispers of spirits and the rustle of leaves. The animals' roles in the rituals were far from mere symbolism. They were the very essence of the magic that surged through the earth. With every flick of a tail and every flutter of a wing, they breathed life into the incantations, carrying the hopes and fears of those who dared to summon them. In the shadows, a pair of glowing eyes watched, holding secrets of their own. The unbroken connection between the witches and the animal spirits remained a powerful bond, a reminder that in the world of witchcraft, every creature was a potential ally, every whisper in the wind a message from beyond. As Isabella continued her ritual, the air buzzed with tension, the anticipation of what was to come tightening its grip on her heart. The night was still young, and destiny awaited, cloaked in the guise of the very creatures that roamed the earth. The animals lingered, their spirits entwined with the fabric of magic, and Isabella knew that her journey was far from over. With the flicker of candlelight illuminating her determined face, she prepared to delve deeper into the mysteries that lay ahead, where the true power of the animals would reveal itself in ways she could hardly imagine. A church bell rang in the distance, its echo dancing through the cobbled streets as twilight unfolded its velvet cloak over the sleepy village. Shadows flickered against the centuries-old walls, where whispers of both faith and folklore intertwined. The air was thick with anticipation, laced with the scent of earth and damp leaves. Here, on the cusp of night, the lives of the faithful were steeped in ritual, a celebration of sacred and secular, of the divine and the mundane. In this small corner of the world, Catholicism held a grip as firm as a mother's embrace, yet it did not stand alone. It had intertwined itself with local customs and traditions, forging a tapestry of belief that was vibrant and complex. The villagers took their prayers and their superstitions seriously, each woven delicately into the fabric of daily life, creating a rich narrative that resonated through the generations. Every Sunday, the church was filled with faces, young and old, turned towards the altar where flickering candles cast soft, golden glows upon their upturned expressions. The priest, with hands raised high, spoke of salvation and grace, his voice a melodic comfort that reverberated through the pews. Yet, as the faithful left, whispers filled the air, mingling with the echoes of the sermon, tales of saints who walked among the common folk, of miracles that transformed the ordinary into the extraordinary. Maria, a wizened grandmother with silver hair and warm, wise eyes, would often guide the village children to the edge of the forest, where the light filtered through the trees like a heavenly blessing. She told them stories of St. Francis, who spoke to the animals, and of the Virgin Mary, who listened to the prayers of the hopeless. But then her voice would lower and she would speak of the old ways, the rituals that honored the earth and the spirits of the ancestors. The children would listen, rapt, their hearts racing with both fear and fascination as she described the blessings of the earth goddess who protected the harvest and the spirits that danced in the moonlight. These tales were not mere entertainment, they were lifeblood. The villagers would make offerings to both the saints and the spirits, laying flowers at the foot of the statue of St. Anthony, while also placing bread and salt at the old oak tree, their beliefs a delicate balancing act between the sacred and the superstitious. It was a dance that honored their past as much as it embraced their faith. On nights when the moon hung low and round, the village would gather for the Feast of the Assumption. Lanterns flickered, casting a warm glow on joyful faces as laughter filled the air. Maria, with her hands worn from years of labor, would lead the older women in a circle, singing songs that had been passed down through the age. The rhythm of their voices echoed in the warm night, mingling with the scent of freshly baked bread and roasted meat, the staples of celebration. Yet, as they feasted, a hush would fall when a mysterious figure appeared at the edge of the gathering. Clad in a cloak that seemed to shift like the shadows, they were said to be a guardian spirit, watching over the festival. The villagers would chant, asking for blessings, their bodies swaying almost unconsciously to the primal beat of the drums. The figure would nod, a silent agreement binding the sacred with the spiritual, and the air would fill with the electric pulse of connection, a promise that both the divine and the earthly were intertwined. But not all was harmony. There were whispers of fear, too, the fear of curses that could fall upon a family, or the ominous rumor of a witch lurking in the woods. It was said that she could place a hex upon those who wronged her, a reminder that while faith could lift the soul, it could also inspire dread. And so, the villagers would seek the priest, their confessions woven with prayers for protection against these darker tales. In the twilight of the Catholic calendar, when the Day of the Dead approached, hearts would grow heavy with remembrance. Families would gather to honor their ancestors, lighting candles that flickered like stars in the cool autumn night. They set out altars adorned with photographs and sweet treats, inviting the spirits to join the living in celebration. The boundary between the earthly and the spiritual thinned, a fragile veil that shimmered with the weight of love and loss. The stories of the departed would weave through the air, tales of laughter and hardship, of lessons learned and love shared. It was a bittersweet symphony, a potent reminder that life and death were but two sides of the same coin. As the village embraced these intertwining practices, the church stood resolute, a beacon of hope and faith. Yet, it could not entirely contain the wildness of the folk traditions. The priest himself found himself drawn into the very fabric of this blend. He too would whisper to the winds, asking for bountiful harvests and protection from storms. In his heart, he realized that to dismiss the old ways would be to sever a thread that connected the community to its roots. The villagers were not just followers of a faith, they were custodians of a living story, one that passed between generations like a flame. Each candle lit in prayer carried with it the hopes and dreams of the people, interwoven with the earthy scents of sage and rosemary that burned in the hearth. They were not merely practicing a religion, they were expressing their humanity, their fears, and their joys. The church stood as both sanctuary and witness to this vibrant blend, echoing with the prayers of the faithful and the laughter of spirits who had come before. As the night wore on and the stars blinked into existence, the boundary between the sacred and the superstitious grew ever more fragile. The villagers danced under the watchful gaze of the moon, their forms blurring into one another, a human tapestry of faith and folklore. With every step, every whisper of prayer, they stitched together the past and the present, creating a vibrant patchwork of beliefs that told a story as old as time itself. The church bell tolled softly in the distance, as if in acknowledgment of the enchantment that enveloped the night, a night where emotions ran deep, and the spirit of both faith and folk danced together under the stars. The flickering streetlight cast an eerie glow on the damp pavement as the wind whispered secrets through the rusted fire escapes of the city. Shadows danced at the corners where the mundane met the magical, and the pulse of the urban landscape throbbed with untold stories. Beneath this facade of concrete and glass, an ancient practice stirred, weaving itself through the lives of those who sought more than the ordinary. It was a world where intention whispered to the winds, and the elements conspired in silent agreement. In the bustling streets of Chicago, a group of women gathered in a small, dimly lit cafe, their laughter mingling with the aroma of spiced chai. What seemed like an ordinary meeting among friends was, in truth, a sacred circle. Their hands held crystals, and their hearts buzzed with energy that only they could sense. They were urban witches, carrying the legacy of their ancestors who had once danced around fires and whispered incantations into the night. The history of witchcraft, often painted with the brush of fear and misunderstanding, had found new life amid the city's chaos. Each woman carried stories that linked her to a time long past. Clara, a librarian by day, uncovered forgotten texts in dusty archives, tracing the lineage of those who had been labeled as witches throughout history. She could feel their pain, their longing for acceptance. In the 17th century Salem, accusations flew like arrows, striking down innocent souls with the weight of superstition. Clara's heart clenched at the thought of those who had gathered, much like she and her friends did, crafting spells of protection against a world that had turned on them. The echoes of their screams lingered, haunting the edges of her thoughts. Across the table, Maya, an artist, painted the stories of her ancestors on canvas, translating their struggles into vibrant colors. Her brushes danced with purpose, reflecting the strength of the women who had come before her. During the witch hunts in Europe, countless women had been silenced, their practices dismissed as mere folklore. Yet their knowledge of herbs and healing lived on, passed down through generations like a sacred trust. Maya infused her work with the raw emotions of those who had been unjustly persecuted, and as she painted, she conjured a spirit of resilience that pulsed through her strokes. As the night deepened, the cafe transformed into a sanctuary. The group lit candles that flickered like stars, filling the air with a warmth that transcended the chill outside. They spoke of protection spells to ward off negativity, of charms made from the very essence of the city around them. The streets teemed with energy, a mix of hope and despair, and the women drew upon that power. Urban witchcraft wasn't an escape from reality, it was an embrace of it. They understood that the city itself was alive, teeming with spirits, both benevolent and mischievous. In the corners of Brooklyn, whispers of a different kind of magic floated between buildings. A collective of witches met under the cloak of night, draped in black cloaks that concealed their identities but not their intentions. They were drawn to the cycle of the moon, a celestial guide that had influenced countless cultures throughout history. The full moon bathed the group in silver light, illuminating their faces as they chanted ancient incantations. Their voices rose, synchronized with the hum of the urban heartbeat, echoing the rituals of their forebears who had gathered under the open sky. These urban witches were not merely recreating the past, they were adapting it, bringing the wisdom of the old world into a contemporary context. They cultivated their practice with the tools they had. Social media became a lifeline, linking them with others across the globe. Online forums buzzed with shared experiences, spell recipes, and the healing power of community. It was a vibrant tapestry woven from the threads of history and modernity, creating a unified voice that resonated in the face of adversity. In the city of Los Angeles, a new wave of practitioners emerged, blending elements of diverse cultures into their craft. They incorporated the ancient practices of indigenous tribes, the mysticism of African traditions, and the philosophies of Eastern religions. Each gathering became a colorful celebration of unity, where everyone's voice was honored. This intermingling of practices echoed the ancient marketplaces where knowledge had been exchanged freely, a testament to the enduring power of human connection. As the clock struck midnight, the energy in the cafe surged. Clara, now fully immersed in her role, led a guided meditation, drawing the women into a collective trance. The air thickened with magic, a palpable force that enveloped them. They visualized a protective barrier around their city, a shimmering shield that repelled negativity and welcomed love. It was a powerful moment, one that echoed the practices of old, where communities gathered to safeguard their homes against darkness. In that moment, the boundaries of time and space blurred. The echoes of those lost to the witch hunts intertwined with the laughter and hopes of the modern witches. They stood at a crossroads, rooted in the past yet soaring toward the future, a living testament to survival and adaptation. As the meditation ended, they shared stories of their ancestors, of triumphs and sorrows, weaving a rich tapestry of emotions that spanned centuries. Outside, the city pulsed with life, unaware of the magical gathering beneath its surface. The streetlights flickered as if responding to the energy released within the cafe. The ghosts of the past whispered through the wind, urging the witches forward, reminding them of their purpose. Each woman left with a renewed sense of strength, carrying the weight of history on their shoulders while forging their own paths in an ever-shifting urban landscape. The night wore on, and the city continued to breathe, cradling the secrets of those who dared to dance between worlds. As the witches stepped out into the cool midnight air, they felt the connection to both the past and the future. They were not just practitioners of witchcraft. They were catalysts for change, guardians of wisdom, and keepers of stories that shaped the very fabric of their urban existence. The echoes of history stirred within them, crafting a powerful intent that would ripple through the alleyways and skyscrapers alike, forever intertwining their fates with the spirits of the city. In the flickering glow of a full moon, shadows danced upon the ground, whispering secrets only the night could understand. The air was thick with anticipation, a palpable energy that prickled at the skin. Somewhere in the distance, the haunting notes of a flute echoed through the trees, a summoning call to those who understood the power of the unseen. This was a night of significance. A night when the veil between worlds grew thin and the spirits of ancient traditions stirred. Festivals and celebrations held a sacred place within the tapestry of witchcraft, a time to honor the cycles of nature and the ever-turning wheel of life. It was during these gatherings that the mundane transformed into the magical, where every laugh, every chant, every flicker of firelight carried the weight of history and hope. In villages nestled among the hills, where the air was rich with the scent of burning sage and blooming wildflowers, the rituals took shape, woven from the threads of generations past. Beltane, with its blazing bonfires and vibrant floral crowns, marked the arrival of summer and the promise of fertility. Villagers gathered under the starlit sky, their hearts beating in time with the rhythm of the drums. Dressed in flowing garments adorned with blossoms, they danced around the fire, their movements a celebration of life, a defiance against the chill of winter's grasp. With each leap and twirl, they called upon the spirits of the land, inviting them to bless crops and livestock, to breathe life into their hopes and dreams. The gathering of souls ignited an electric energy, drawing them closer together. Children laughed as they chased fireflies, their innocence a stark contrast to the ancient knowledge held by the elders. They shared stories of lore long forgotten, tales of wise women who walked the thin line between the seen and unseen, their wisdom echoing through time. It was a night to honor the goddess, to celebrate love and lust, fertility and passion. Hearts intertwined and souls connected, creating a bond that transcended the years. As the flames crackled and flickered, shadows of the past emerged, intertwining with the present. The whispers of ancestors brushed against the skin, reminding everyone of their roots, of the struggles and triumphs that shaped their existence. Laughter mixed with chants, a powerful incantation that beckoned the forces of nature to awaken. In that moment, the boundaries of time faded, and every soul present became part of something greater, a lineage of witches, healers, and dreamers who dared to believe in the magic of the world. Samhain, the sacred night when the veil between the worlds was at its thinnest, brought a deeper kind of reverence. The air chilled, heavy with the scent of wood smoke and the promise of the harvest's end. Families lit candles in their windows, guiding the spirits home. Around the cauldron they gathered, sharing tales of those who had crossed over, paying tribute to the lives that shaped them. The flickering flames cast ghostly outlines, as if the spirits themselves danced just beyond the firelight. The night pulsed with emotion, a bittersweet symphony of remembrance and reflection. Participants donned costumes, disguising themselves to trick the wandering spirits, a playful nod to the ancient belief that laughter could ward off the darkness. As they moved, a collective heartbeat surged through the gathering, echoing the timeless rhythm of life and death. The cauldron bubbled, filled with apples, nuts, and fragrant herbs, a feast for the living and the dead. Each sip of spiced cider felt like communion with the past, a connection to the wisdom and love that lingered in the air. The rituals were not merely performances. They were living prayers, imbued with intention and energy. Every flick of the wrist, every word spoken, became an act of creation. Under the watchful gaze of the moon, they invoked spirits and deities, calling upon divine forces to infuse their lives with guidance and strength. This was a dance of power, a celebration of life's mysteries, where every heart beat in synchrony with the universe. Yule arrived with its promise of rebirth, a celebration of the returning light. In the depths of winter, when the world felt cold and dark, communities gathered around evergreen trees adorned with symbols of life. Ornaments made of pine cones, ribbons of red and gold, and the flickering glow of candles. They shared stories of hope, reminding each other that the sun would return, that life would flourish again. The atmosphere was charged with warmth, a stark contrast to the chill outside. As they sang hymns of joy, voices rose to the heavens, carrying with them dreams of renewal and prosperity. The celebration of Yule was not just a festive gathering. It was a lifeline, a reminder that even in the darkest of times, light would break through. Every child's laughter, every elder's story wove together the fabric of community, creating a beautiful tapestry of unity and resilience. These festivals were not mere dates on a calendar. They were lifeblood, conditioning the very essence of witchcraft. Each celebration invited participants to engage with the cycles of nature, to honor the earth's gifts, and to acknowledge the delicate balance of existence. They were reminders that magic was not just something to be cast in secret, it was an inherent part of life, a manifestation of joy, sorrow, love, and loss. As the seasons turned, the cycle of festivals flowed seamlessly, each one a note in a grand symphony of existence. The earth breathed, the spirits danced, and the witches held space for it all, weaving together the threads of past, present, and future into a rich tapestry of community and connection. With every celebration, they affirmed their place in the world, a collective promise to honor the sacredness of life and the magic that resided within. The night beckoned again, the moon casting its silvery glow, hinting at the mysteries yet to be unveiled. The night air crackled with energy as the flames of the bonfire danced and flickered, casting wild shadows across the faces of those gathered. It was a gathering that had been whispered about for generations, each story steeped in mystery and tinged with fear. Here, beneath the silver glow of the moon, women and men stood shoulder to shoulder, their hearts beating as one, united by a force that transcended the mundane world. They were the witches, the outcasts, the seekers of power and truth, and within their circle the boundaries of gender and sexuality blurred into a vibrant tapestry of existence. In those ancient times, when the earth was still young and the elements spoke in hushed tones, the notion of gender was fluid, not confined to the rigid structures imposed by society. The witching community, often misunderstood and maligned, was alive with the spirit of rebellion, where women wielded power that terrified the patriarchal rulers. Here, femininity was not a weakness, but a strength, a wild force that could call forth the moon and stars. Gathered around the fire, voices rose in a rhythmic chant, echoing the primal pulse of the earth itself. A woman, her long hair falling like a dark waterfall down her back, stepped forward. Her eyes sparkled with a cunning light, and the air around her hummed with anticipation. She was a healer, a lover, and a warrior, embodying the essence of the great goddess revered by many. She understood that her sexuality was not a curse but a gift, a tool to harness the powerful forces of nature. In her presence, the very essence of femininity surged like a river, rich and unstoppable. But it was not only the women who flourished in this sacred space. Men, too, found freedom among the witches. They shed the armor of masculinity that society had forced upon them. Here, they could express emotions without fear, dance without restraint, and love without barriers. A man stepped into the light, draped in robes that flowed like water around him, his hands raised to the stars. He was not simply a follower, he was a nurturer, a supporter of the divine feminine, embodying the balance of male and female energies that the witching tradition revered. Yet, lurking just beyond the circle of firelight was the ever-present shadow of judgment. The outside world, with its rigid rules and moral absolutes, viewed these gatherings with suspicion and disdain. The term witch was whispered with contempt, often associated with evil and malevolence. But for those gathered, the title represented something far more profound, a reclaiming of power, an assertion of identity, and a celebration of love in all its forms. As the fire crackled, stories of ancient rituals unfurled like the wings of a raven. Tales were told of sacred unions that defied gender norms, where lovers found each other in the embrace of the elements, their bodies entwined beneath the watchful gaze of the moon. These unions were not merely physical. They were spiritual, a communion of souls that transcended the earthly realm. The very act of love was seen as a magical rite, an offering to the divine forces that governed life and death. Amidst the gathering, a hush fell over the crowd as a pair of lovers stood at the edge of the firelight, their hands intertwined, not bound by societal expectations of who could love whom. They were both men, both women, both everything and nothing. Their love was revolutionary, a declaration that the heart knows no boundaries. For those who witnessed, it was a moment charged with emotion, a reminder that love, in all its forms, was sacred and should not be confined. The flames leaped higher as if responding to the intensity of their connection, igniting the air with palpable energy. The wind whispered through the trees, carrying the scent of sage and wildflowers, a reminder of the earth's eternal embrace. In that space, conventional definitions fell away like leaves in autumn, leaving only the pure essence of being. Gender was celebrated in its myriad forms, not shackled by tradition, but woven into the very fabric of existence. Yet, just as the fire illuminated the night, darkness lurked at the edges. The tension between acceptance and persecution simmered beneath the surface. With every chant and dance, the threat of discovery loomed. The witch hunts, fueled by fear and ignorance, cast a long shadow over the land. Neighbors turned against neighbors, and the very essence of love that brought these souls together could also tear them apart. Accusations of deviance, of unnatural unions, could lead to trials filled with terror, where lives were shattered in the name of a warped sense of righteousness. The gathering was a fragile oasis in a world that could so easily turn hostile. Yet the spirit of the witches was indomitable. As the flames flickered and the night deepened, they shared their stories of resistance, of those who had stood tall against the tide of persecution, refusing to dim their light. Each tale was a spark, a reminder that they were not alone, that their love was powerful enough to change the course of history. In a moment of electric stillness, the gathered souls felt the pulse of the earth beneath them, a heartbeat that echoed the ancient rhythms of life. The flames flickered wildly, seeming to breathe along with them, and in that moment, so many different identities converged. Gender and sexuality intertwined like vines, creating a living tapestry that celebrated the rich diversity of human experience. The witches knew that their strength lay in unity, in the understanding that each person's journey was unique and valuable, deserving of respect and reverence. As the night wore on, the stories flowed like wine, each more vibrant than the last. Tales of love, of loss, of triumph over adversity stirred deep emotions, igniting hope in the hearts of those who listened. The air crackled with magic, the kind that could not be captured in words alone, but felt deeply in the marrow of their bones. It was a reminder that the fight for acceptance was ongoing, that the flames of love and identity would continue to burn brightly in the face of oppression. And as the first hints of dawn began to color the sky, the gathering transformed into a celebration of life, an affirmation of existence in all its beautiful forms. The laughter and tears mingled in the cool morning air, a promise that no matter how dark the night, the light of love would always find a way. The witches, standing strong and proud, were not merely participants in a tradition. They were the architects of a new reality, where gender and sexuality danced in harmony, forever entwined in the sacred fire of existence. The world outside may never fully understand, but within the circle, the truth shone like the sun rising over the horizon, undeniable, powerful, and eternally beautiful. A darkened room flickered with the warm glow of candlelight, shadows dancing on the walls like restless spirits. In the center, an ancient tome lay open, its pages yellowed and brittle, holding the weight of centuries within its fragile leaves. The air crackled with anticipation, a charged stillness that felt almost alive, as if the very words inscribed upon those pages were waiting for a voice to bring them to life. Across the table, a figure cloaked in deep indigo leaned closer, fingers trembling slightly as they traced the ornate script. The symbols glimmered with an otherworldly glow, whispering secrets of power to anyone brave enough to listen. This was no ordinary book. It was a manual of incantations and spells, a bridge to forces that danced just beyond the veil of reality. For generations, those who sought the hidden knowledge of the ancients had turned to such tomes, risking everything for a glimpse of the unimaginable. In ancient Egypt, priests would chant sacred words before the pharaohs, invoking the gods to grant favor or protection. The precise intonation of each syllable was believed to hold the power of creation itself. The hieroglyphs etched into stone were not mere symbols, they were keys to the universe, granting the one who spoke them a divine connection. The Egyptians understood that words were weapons, shields, and tools of transformation, capable of bending the very fabric of existence. Across the Mediterranean, in the shadowy corners of Greece, Oracles would whisper prophecies laden with metaphor and mystery, spoken in tongues that resonated with the very soul of the listener. Their incantations were woven with the threads of fate, foretelling the rise and fall of empires, love lost and found, battles fought and won. The delicate balance of their words brought hope or despair, and the listener's heart raced, knowing that the future hung on the fragile thread of a single utterance. In the dark woods of medieval Europe, witches gathered under the moonlight, weaving spells with a fervor that set the very night aflame. Their incantations were steeped in the earth's secrets, herbs, stones, and the unyielding power of the natural world. Each word they spoke was a heartbeat of the earth, a language understood by only a few. The villagers, with fear and awe, approached these women, desperate for remedies or protection. They understood that within the power of words lay a force so profound it could heal or harm, summon or banish. And it was in these whispered secrets that the true power resided. When spoken with intent, words could ignite passion, instill fear, or bring forth unimaginable change. The tongue, that simple tool, was a wand wielded by those who understood its magic. As the candles flickered, the figure in indigo began to chant softly, the syllables rolling off their tongue like honey, sweet yet potent. By the shadows that cloak the night, by the stars that burn so bright, I call upon the ancient might. With every syllable, the air thickened, vibrating with an energy that thrummed against the skin. The shadows seemed to lean in closer, drawn to the rhythm of the incantation. Outside, a wolf howled in the distance, a reminder that the wilds held their own secrets, reacting to the pull of the words spoken within the confines of the room. In that moment, history intertwined with the present, a tapestry woven of forgotten spells and daring hearts. The echoes of ancient chants reverberated through time, carrying with them the weight of triumph and tragedy. Each story, each incantation, was a thread in the larger narrative of humanity, an exploration of desire and fear, of light and dark. The figure paused, a sudden chill racing through the air as if the universe itself had taken a breath. They could feel the lingering shadows wrapping around them, enveloping them in a cocoon of power. The book glowed, pulsing softly, urging them to continue. It was a promise that the words contained within were not merely echoes of the past, but living entities, hungry for expression. With renewed conviction, the figure raised their voice higher, summoning the spirits of those who had come before. Come forth from the depths, those who knew the art, share your wisdom, ignite our hearts. As the chant soared, the candles flickered wildly, casting eerie shapes that twisted and turned, as if the very shadows were coming alive. A low whisper echoed around the room, the soft sound of ancient voices intertwining with the words, creating a symphony of sound that filled every nook and cranny. The air crackled with electricity, a palpable tension that made the hairs on the back of the neck stand on end. In the depths of ancient forests, druids performed their rituals at the break of dawn, each word a note in the great song of creation. Their chants resonated with the pulse of the earth, grounding them in a tradition that transcended time. This same connection was felt here as the figure continued to chant, drawing upon the wisdom of centuries gone by. They could almost feel the presence of the ancients in the room, their energy swirling, waiting for a chance to manifest. Every incantation was a thread in the fabric of reality, meticulously woven into the tapestry of life. The power of words stretched beyond mere sounds. They were vessels of intention, capable of shaping destinies. With each phrase, the boundary between the known and the unknown thinned, creating a passage to realms where anything was possible. As the last syllable echoed in the room, the air stilled, heavy with anticipation. A moment hung in the balance. Time itself seemed to pause, inviting the weight of the words to settle. And then, like the sudden cracking of thunder, a force erupted, sending the candles flickering wildly, shadows leaping dramatically against the walls. In that charged atmosphere, the line between reality and magic blurred, weaving the past into the present, igniting a spark that could not be extinguished. Outside, the wind howled, carrying the echo of the incantation far and wide, as if the world itself had awakened to the call. The figure stood, breathless, heart racing, knowing that this was only the beginning. The whispers of the ancients lingered in the air, teasing the edges of what lay ahead. With each moment, the power of the words hung tantalizingly close, a promise of what was yet to come. The world outside pulsed with potential, each heartbeat a reminder that magic was alive and breathing, waiting to be unleashed once more. In a quiet clearing, under the watchful gaze of the ancient trees, a woman knelt on the damp earth. Her fingers brushed over the leaves of a plant long forgotten by modern life. Its scent hung in the air, sweet and wild, a whisper from the past that begged to be remembered. As she inhaled deeply, she felt a jolt, a connection to all those who had come before her, each one seeking solace, healing, or a spark of magic from the earth beneath her. Once, these plants were not just greenery. They were powerful allies to those who understood their language. From the sacred groves of the Celts to the sun-kissed fields of ancient Egypt, herbs were prized for their sweet and bitter gifts. They were woven into the fabric of rituals, in the hands of healers, and even at the banquet tables of kings. Every leaf and root was a chapter in a story that had been told for millennia, a story that threatened to fade into the shadows of time. The willow tree, with its drooping branches, stood as a sentinel of sorrow and healing. Ancient Egyptians crushed its bark to ease pain, long before the world recognized the power of salicylic acid. It was a remedy that traveled across continents, passed from one healer to another, yet how many today have exchanged that knowledge for quick fixes from bottles? Here, in this sacred space, the willow beckoned to those who dared to listen, its voice a gentle reminder of nature's wisdom. Nearby, a cluster of vibrant blue flowers danced in the breeze. Known as the barrage, it was once called the herb of gladness. Medieval knights would drink barrage-infused wine before heading into battle, believing it bestowed courage and strength. The thrill of that belief coursed through their veins like wildfire. How far removed are we now from such rituals? The barrage stood there, a silent witness to the lost hearts that once found solace in its embrace. A chill whispered through the air, a reminder that not all herbs were benevolent. The dark allure of belladonna, or deadly nightshade, flickered in the corners of the mind. Women in ancient Rome used its berries to dilate their pupils, creating an enchanting gaze that captivated men. But the seduction came at a price. Knowledge of its potency was once shared only among the wise, and those who wielded it often walked a thin line between beauty and death. What became of those stories? Who now remembers the power that lurked within each berry, a duality of life and peril? Amidst the lush greenery, a soft rustle drew attention to a patch of sage. The air was rich with its earthy aroma, a scent that had traveled through time as a purifying agent in sacred ceremonies. Native American tribes burned sage to cleanse spaces and spirits, believing it cleared away negativity and invited peace. The woman in the clearing could feel the echoes of their prayers reverberating through the air. How many souls had found healing through this simple herb? It was a connector, a bridge between the past and the present, holding the weight of every prayer ever spoken. Yet, as she pondered the gifts of these plants, shadows crept in. The modern world, with its sleek packaging and quick remedies, threatened to erase the stories of these herbs. Knowledge that once belonged to generations past was fading, like a ghost in the mist. The fear of losing such deep connections pressed against her heart, tightening like a vice. Each missing piece felt like a wound, a loss that could never be replaced. Then, memories of the cunning foxglove emerged. Once heralded as a heart remedy, Its beauty masked a more sinister truth. The very flowers that could mend a heart could also seize life with their toxic grip. Folk tales spoke of the green-fingered witches who passed down the wisdom of this plant through the ages, allowing it to become a lifeline for those in need. But whispers of such knowledge had diluted over time, buried beneath layers of skepticism. The woman felt the solemn weight of that history, the voices of those who had once thrived on that knowledge crying out for recognition. In the quiet of the clearing, desperation mingled with hope. With each herb she touched, she could feel the pulse of history beneath her fingertips, the lost knowledge begging to be revived. How many lives could be transformed if this wisdom was reclaimed? Each plant seemed to tremble in anticipation, as if they were waiting for someone to acknowledge their worth once more. The sun dipped lower in the sky, casting an ethereal glow upon the clearing. Shadows danced, and for a fleeting moment, the woman sensed an otherworldly presence. Perhaps it was the spirits of those who had once roamed these lands, guardians of the herbal knowledge that lingered just beyond reach. It was a reminder that these plants were more than mere flora. They were conduits of magic and healing, waiting for someone to ignite their stories again. The atmosphere thickened with tension. She could feel it, the urgency of the past clinging to her like the scent of the herbs. What if she could revive the old ways? What if she could be the bridge between now and then? The weight of possibility hung in the air, charged with electric emotion. Her heart raced as she envisioned a world where the whispers of the ancestors would guide a new generation, restoring the balance between humanity and nature, intertwining the ancient wisdom of herbal lore with the vibrant energy of life today. As dusk enveloped the clearing, the woman stood, her spirit ignited with purpose. The stories of these plants called to her, a chorus of hope and healing resonating in her very being. The echoes of history would not fade into silence. They would surge forth, weaving a tapestry of instinct and knowledge that could mend what had been lost. The clearing, once a sanctuary of forgotten tales, pulsed with life once more, ready to bridge the gap between past and present. It was only the beginning, a spark igniting in the twilight, destined to grow into a blazing light. In the stillness of a moonlit night, the air buzzed with an electric tension, thick enough to taste. Shadows danced among the ancient oaks, whispering secrets of a time when the earth was thought to breathe alongside its inhabitants. The villagers gathered, their faces illuminated by flickering torches, their eyes gleaming with a mix of hope and dread. For tonight was a night of rituals, a night when the boundary between the seen and the unseen blurred like mist over the fields. As the villagers formed a circle around the sacred fire, the scent of burning herbs filled the air, potent and sweet. The fire's crackle was a heartbeat, pulsing rhythmically, echoing the ancient traditions passed down through generations. Each participant clutched a handful of seeds, kernels of life that held the promise of the harvest. The older women, their voices rich with the weight of history, began to chant, a haunting melody that seemed to summon the very spirits of the earth. Among them stood Elira, a young woman with wild, dark hair and eyes that sparkled like stars. Tonight, she was not just a villager. She was the vessel through which fertility would flow. The role was both a privilege and a burden, a mix of excitement and anxiety swirling within her. She could feel the pulse of the earth beneath her feet, an ancient rhythm that quickened as the chanting grew louder. The villagers called upon the earth goddess, a figure woven into their very existence, believing she could grant them a bountiful harvest, or, if angered, withhold the very sustenance they needed to survive. As the chants reached a fevered pitch, the older women began to dance, their movements fluid and powerful, each step a prayer to the earth. Elara felt the weight of their ancestors upon her shoulders, their hopes resting in her hands. She stepped forward, spreading the seeds before the fire, her heart racing as she imagined the golden fields that would soon stretch before them, filled with the promise of life. The flames seemed to reach for her, licking the air with an insatiable hunger, a reminder that fire was both a giver and destroyer. The wind picked up, swirling leaves around their feet, carrying with it the whispers of the spirits. Elara closed her eyes, allowing herself to feel the connection to the earth, to the roots that ran deep into the soil. She pictured the crops sprouting, flourishing in the sun. Yet a chill crept up her spine. What if tonight was not enough? What if the goddess turned her back? Doubts flickered like shadows at the edges of her mind, threatening to drown the flickering hope that had ignited within her. The rhythm of the dance intensified, a frenzied celebration of life interwoven with an undercurrent of desperation. As the women twirled, their laughter mingled with the chanting, but there was an edge to their joy, a recognition of the stakes at hand. In this moment, they were not just women. They were guardians of their community, fighting against the looming specter of famine that threatened to strangle their land. And then, suddenly, silence fell. The laughter ceased, and all eyes turned to Elara. The air crackled with anticipation as she took a deep breath, her heart pounding. She stepped forward. A solitary figure before the flickering flames. With a trembling hand, she raised her seed-laden palms to the night sky, her voice breaking the silence as she invoked the goddess, pleading for her favor. The flames danced wildly, reflecting her urgency, and in that moment, a soft wind swept through the assembly, almost a caress, a sign, or perhaps a warning. Elara felt a strange pull, as if the earth itself was responding to her plea. It was intoxicating and terrifying. The villagers, wide-eyed, held their breath, waiting for a sign, for a response that could tip the balance between life and death. And then the ground trembled ever so slightly. Gasps echoed from the crowd, and Alara's heart skipped a beat. Was it a mere illusion, a trick of the mind, or a true message from the earth? The tension thickened in the air as the ground quaked once more, and a low rumble seemed to emanate from beneath their feet. The goddess was listening, her presence palpable. As Elara stood there, rooted to the spot, visions flashed through her mind. She saw the crops rising from the earth, lush and healthy, but also images of blight and drought, vivid reminders of the duality of nature's gifts. The celebration of fertility was inseparable from the threat of hunger. The very essence of life was fragile, a delicate dance between abundance and scarcity. The villagers, sensing the shift in energy, began to murmur prayers of their own, voices blending into a cacophony of hope and fear. They lifted their arms toward the sky, pleading for a sign, a favor, anything that would seal their fate for another year. The fire crackled louder, embers spiraling upward like wishes escaping into the night. Then, as if the goddess herself had descended among them, a shadow crossed the moon, a fleeting darkness that made the air feel charged with possibility. Gasps erupted, and Alara's heart raced. The villagers, once frantic with fear, now buzzed with excitement, the promise of life igniting their spirits. But even in their elation, a voice inside Elara whispered a warning. The balance was tenuous. The earth would require respect, acknowledgement, and sacrifices. From the depths of her being, she understood that true fertility was not just about sowing seeds in the ground, but nurturing the bond between humanity and nature, a bond that could easily fray if care was not taken. It was this realization that drove her forward, a promise to protect that which they held sacred. The fire blazed brighter, illuminating the faces around her, each person a testament to the struggles and triumphs of those who had come before. They were bound together by this shared ritual, this echo of the lives that had once been nourished by the earth and the whispers of the winds. And as the moon hung low in the sky, casting an otherworldly glow, Elara knew that their night of rituals was just the beginning. A cycle of life and death, hope and despair, was poised to unfold, waiting for her to take the next steps on this path where witchcraft and agriculture intertwined, where every seed planted was imbued with the sacred promise of survival. The seeds were sown, But their journey was far from over, and with it came the profound realization that the earth's response would echo long after this night had faded into memory. The flickering glow of candlelight danced upon the walls of an ancient stone chamber, casting shadows that swayed like spirits caught between worlds. The air buzzed with anticipation, thick and electric, as a circle of figures clad in flowing robes gathered, their faces obscured by hoods. From the center of this gathering, the haunting strains of a flute echoed, weaving through the room like a silken thread, binding the participants to one another and to the unseen forces that lurked just beyond their grasp. For centuries, music has served as a bridge between the mundane and the mystical. The ancient Egyptians believed that the god Thoth, the patron of wisdom and magic, was the true master of harmony. In their rituals, they used music not just as an accompaniment, but as a vital element of their ceremonies. When the priests chanted and played lyres, they called upon the gods to come down and bless their offerings. The resonance of their instruments carried the weight of prayers, wrapping around the hearts of those who listened, compelling them to surrender their fears and embrace the unknown. In a village nestled in the lush, green hills of Ireland, a group of Celtic druids gathered at sunset to summon the spirits of their ancestors. The air was thick with the smell of burning sage, while the sound of a harp filled the twilight. Each note seemed to resonate with the very earth beneath their feet, vibrating through the soil, calling forth the essence of those who had passed. As the melody soared, the participants felt a shiver run down their spines, a reminder of their connection to the past and an assurance that they were never truly alone. Across the ocean, in the sacred lands of the Native American tribes, drums thundered in rhythmic patterns that echoed the heartbeat of the earth itself. The pulsating beats accompanied chants that carried prayers for healing, strength, and protection. Elders believed that the spirit world was always listening, and they harnessed the power of music to create a pathway for communication. As the drummers played, the dancers moved, their bodies swaying to the primal rhythm, embodying the very forces of nature. It was a dance of life, a celebration of connection, where each note brought them closer to the divine. In the heart of Africa, the griots, keepers of history and tradition, used music to weave tales of their ancestors. Their voices rose and fell like the tides, telling stories that transcended time. During rituals, the strumming of the kora and the beating of the djembe filled the night air, guiding the community through rites of passage, healing, and celebration. Music became a living tapestry, each sound a thread that linked generations together, a bond that could not be broken. Then there were the ancient Greeks who believed that music could influence the very fabric of the universe. Pythagoras, the great philosopher, proclaimed that the cosmos was governed by musical harmony. He saw music as a divine force capable of healing the body and soul. During their rituals to Apollo, the god of music, the Greeks would use lyres and flutes to invoke the god's favor, believing that the perfect arrangement of notes could bring about enlightenment and divine inspiration. In those moments, as the melodies filled the air, the participants felt an overwhelming sense of purpose, a certainty that they were part of something far greater than themselves. Across time and cultures, music has been an essential thread in the tapestry of magical rituals. In voodoo ceremonies, the rhythmic clapping and chanting of practitioners served to summon spirits from the beyond. The sound of drums would echo through the night, calling forth the loa, the spirits that guide and protect. The dancers, lost in the music, entered trance-like states, channeling energies that flowed through them like wildfire. The air crackled with intensity as the boundaries between the physical and spiritual realms blurred, creating an atmosphere thick with emotion and raw power. As the candles flickered in that stone chamber, the flute player, a mysterious figure draped in silver and blue, closed his eyes and let the music wash over him. Each note was a spell, each pause a breath drawn from the depths of the universe. The gathered participants felt the energy shift, a palpable presence that enveloped them. They swayed gently, lost in the rhythm, their hearts synchronized to the beat that echoed through the centuries. The music crescendoed, spiraling higher and higher, and with it came a growing sense of urgency. The participants knew they were on the brink of something monumental, a moment where the veil between worlds thinned to a fragile gossamer thread. Whispers of power stirred in the air, thick with possibilities. As the final notes hung like a shimmering mist, a collective breath was held, and in that suspended moment, time seemed to fracture. What followed was a revelation, a sudden rush of energy that surged through the room, igniting the participants into action. They raised their arms to the heavens, their voices harmonizing in an ancient chant that echoed through the ages. The sound resonated in the very marrow of their bones, a call that transcended language and spoke directly to the soul. With every note, they felt an ancient magic awaken within them, a reminder of their connection to all who had come before. It was a magic that had endured throughout history, echoing in the songs of celebrations, in the sorrow of commemorations, and in the quiet moments of reflection. The music wrapped around them like a cloak, embracing their fears, transforming them into something magical. In those moments, they were not just individuals, but a collective force, a living embodiment of every ritual, every prayer, every whispered hope that had ever been sung. And as the last note faded into the shadows, the participants opened their eyes, the flickering candlelight revealing the truth that had always existed. The bond between music and magic was unbreakable, a sacred connection that would continue to pulse through their lives, echoing in the songs yet to be sung. The tension in the air remained electric, a promise of further revelations just waiting to be unveiled, as they moved seamlessly toward the next chapter of their ancient dance, the call of the unknown beckoning them onward. Under the pale glow of a waning moon, shadows danced in the flickering candlelight of a small, thatched cottage. Inside, an old woman stirred a cauldron, the air thick with the scent of herbs and something less savory. Her gnarled fingers moved skillfully, weaving spells and remedies that could summon love or unleash fear. She was known as a witch, though the name held 1,000 meanings, each one as sharp as a knife held to the throat. In the heart of Europe during the Middle Ages, witches were feared and revered, their very presence a paradox. The Church painted them as agents of the devil, capable of unspeakable evil. In the frenzy of the witch hunts, thousands met brutal fates. Not all were guilty of malice. Women, mostly, but some men too, were labeled witches for reasons ranging from jealousy to mere suspicion. The air crackled with fear, and the scent of smoke mingled with blood as stakes were lit, and innocence was sacrificed to the flames. Across the ocean, in the bustling streets of Salem, Massachusetts, a similar fever gripped the townsfolk. Whispers of witchcraft hung like fog in the air, thickening with each accusation. Young girls convulsed, claiming to be tormented by specters unseen. Neighbors turned against neighbors. Friendships crumbled like brittle leaves beneath a winter's weight. The infamous trials became a grim theater of the absurd, where the mere act of being different was enough to seal one's fate. Death came swiftly, often with a noose tightening around the necks of those who dared to defy the norm. Yet, in certain cultures, the witch held a different place, one of respect and admiration. In ancient Africa, for instance, the healer's role was sacred. Shamans, often called witches, were seen as mediators between the spiritual and physical worlds. They healed the sick, guided souls, and used their powers for the betterment of the community. Far from being malevolent figures, they were essential, revered for their wisdom and connection to the divine. In Siberia, the Chukchi people honored the shaman as a vital part of their culture. There, the shaman danced in trance, channeling spirits, bringing rain, and ensuring bountiful hunts. These were not witches of the dark, but warriors of light, fighting against the shadows with ancient songs and powerful rituals. The spirits they invoked were companions, not foes, transforming fear into a celebration of life and harmony. As the sun set over the endless deserts of pre-Columbian Mexico, the ancient Aztec women who practiced curanderismo, or folk healing, were often seen as witches too. They used herbs, prayers, and rituals to heal ailments and protect their families. Their knowledge was passed down through generations, a sacred trust in the face of colonization and cultural erasure. In the eyes of their communities, these women were not hunters of the night, but guardians of well-being, weaving spells of protection over their loved ones. In contrast, the Celtic traditions of witches were steeped in enchantment and nature. The Druids revered the feminine, seeing the witch as a wise woman, a keeper of secrets hidden in the forest. The green hills whispered stories of those who could transform into animals, who could speak to trees, and who danced under the full moon in rituals to honor the earth. Their magic was not dark, it was a celebration, a communion with the very essence of life, where every blade of grass and every whispering wind carried a story waiting to be told. But even in this world of reverence, shadows lingered. The witch hunts of Europe began to seep into the Celtic lands, erasing the vibrant tapestry of beliefs that once flourished. Fires were lit in the names of religion and order, and the venerable wise women found themselves hunted. Their secrets, once revered, became grounds for suspicion, leading them to hide in the woods, murmuring spells under their breath, hoping to blend in with the whispers of the trees. In Asia, the word witch took on a different form entirely. In Japan, the Yama-uba was considered a mountain witch, often depicted as an old woman who lived alone in the mountains. These figures were complex, blending the divine with the earthly. They were protectors of nature, often misunderstood, like the thousands of other witches who walk the fine line between reverence and fear. The stories told of their wisdom twisted into tales of malice, showcasing the fragile balance between the two worlds. As dusk settled over these myriad cultures, the witch became a symbol of power, fear, love, and hate. She was a force of nature, embodying the wild, the untamed aspects of femininity that could not be contained. Through the ages, her image shifted, shaped by the fears and aspirations of those around her. Each culture dripped its own color onto the canvas of her existence, creating a vivid mosaic of beliefs that echoed through time. In the shadows of history, the witch's legacy lay, waiting to be revisited, reshaped, and understood anew. She remained a figure of complexity, a reflection of society's deepest fears and unfulfilled desires. As the world turned, her story continued to echo, whispering of the past while hinting at the struggles of the present. What would happen next when the moon rose high in the sky? Would new witches arise, reclaiming their stories, rewriting the narratives that had long trapped them in darkness? The answers, like the night, were thick with mystery, urging onlookers to lean in closer, breathless with anticipation and trepidation. The sun hung low in the sky, casting an orange hue over the remnants of a once thriving village. Shadows stretched long and thin, whispering tales of a life that thrived only moments before. The scent of damp earth mingled with the fading smoke of hearth fires, and the air buzzed with a strange energy, a palpable tension that hinted at both loss and longing. What was it that made the heart race, that sent chills down the spine? Was it the echoes of laughter that haunted the alleys, or was it the silence that followed, thick and suffocating? In this village, the vibrant threads of culture were woven into the fabric of everyday life. Colors bright and alive. Rituals and practices defined the people, binding them together in ways that transcended mere survival. They danced to the rhythm of the earth, honoring the spirits that resided within every tree and stone. Young children marveled at the stories told around the fire, their wide eyes sparkling with dreams of the heroic ancestors who walked before them. But then came the conquest, a tide of steel and fervor washing away centuries of tradition, leaving behind a chilling emptiness. As the conquerors marched in, their armor glinting ominously in the sunlight, The village held its breath. The clash of swords pierced the air, drowning out the songs that once celebrated the harvest. Practices that had been handed down through generations began to fade, like the last light of day. The sacred ceremonies that honored the cycles of nature. The community gatherings where laughter intertwined with tales of the past. All were replaced by the sharp commands of foreign tongues. An old woman, her back bent with the weight of years, looked on in despair. Her hands trembled as she clutched a worn talisman, a relic of the past that had once brought protection and hope. It was said that the spirits of her ancestors danced around her, but in this new world they fell silent, their voices muffled by the chaos of conquest. She could feel the threads of tradition unraveling, slipping through her fingers like grains of sand. Each disappearance was a loss, a wound that would never heal. In the shadows of the village square, the vibrant festivals that had once brought life to the community were replaced by somber gatherings. The rhythmic drumming that had called people to celebrate the changing seasons was now stifled, replaced by the monotonous clang of new customs that felt foreign and hollow. The air turned stale, thick with the absence of joy. The villagers watched as their children were taught to forget, to abandon the stories that had once filled their hearts with courage. Yet, in the dark corners of the village, whispers of rebellion lingered. A group of young people gathered under the gnarled branches of an ancient tree, the last remnant of a world that had been. They risked everything to remember, to keep the flickering flame of tradition alive. As they shared tales of bravery, their voices trembled with a mix of fear and hope. Every word hung in the air like a fragile thread, connecting them to the past and to one another. They knew the danger of being caught, of being silenced forever, but the weight of their ancestors' legacy pressed down upon them like a mantle they were unwilling to cast aside. Each night they would gather, their hearts pounding with urgency as they practiced the old dances, feeling the rhythm pulse through their veins. With each movement, they breathed life back into the forgotten rituals. The moonlight illuminated their faces, reflecting a fierce determination that glimmered like stars in a darkened sky. And yet the threat loomed just beyond their circle, a constant reminder of the price they might pay for their defiance. Meanwhile, the conquerors imposed their own customs, painting over the vibrant culture with the dull colors of their doctrine. New churches rose where temples once stood, their bells ringing out like haunting echoes, demanding the villagers' fealty to a different faith. Old stories were rewritten, twisted to fit a narrative that erased the rich tapestry of the village's identity. And as the conquerors celebrated their victories, the old woman watched with tears in her eyes, each drop a testament to the loss of her world. In the quiet of the night, as the wind rustled through the leaves, she felt the spirits of her ancestors close. Their whispers urged her to act, to remember that hope, however faint, could still flicker even in the darkest of times. With her heart heavy and her resolve unyielding, she set out to find the children who danced beneath the ancient tree, to share the burden of memory and to inspire the flames of tradition once more. The night was alive with electricity as she approached the gathering, the laughter and music weaving a spell of defiance against the darkness that sought to consume them. Each young face reflected the firelight, eyes wide with determination, hands poised to resurrect the past. She stepped forward, her voice trembling but strong, and shared her story, the story of a people who had danced with their ancestors, who had sung to the stars in gratitude for the earth beneath their feet. As she spoke, the air hummed with a renewed energy, a charge echoing through the ages. The young ones listened, captivated, their hearts pounding with the realization that they were not alone. Together, they could stitch together the frayed edges of their culture, reclaiming the practices that had been stolen from them. With each shared memory, they built a bridge across time, connecting their present to a past that refused to be extinguished. The old woman felt the warmth of their courage envelop her, a surge of hope igniting within her chest. The practices that had seemed lost were inching back, like tendrils of smoke rising into the night sky, refusing to be clamped down. Laughter erupted, mingling with the haunting melodies of ancestral songs, and as they danced, the boundaries between past and present blurred. The village that had stood silent grew alive with echoes of what had been, and within that moment, the future shimmered with the promise of rebirth. The conquerors, oblivious to the resurgence of spirit, stood watch, unaware that the winds of change were stirring once more. Darkness may have cast its shadow, but the dawn was breaking, and the heartbeat of a culture long thought vanished pulsed with renewed vigor, a testament to resilience and the unyielding power of memory. The old woman smiled through her tears, her heart swelling with the knowledge that while certain practices may have disappeared, the spirit of those practices could never truly die. And so the dance continued, weaving itself into the fabric of the night as the cycle of hope and resistance began anew, echoing through the valleys and hills, waiting to be heard. The night air crackled with energy as the moon hung low, a silvery sentinel overseeing a gathering of souls. Flickering candles cast dancing shadows, whispering secrets that only the wind could carry. In this clandestine circle, laughter intertwined with hushed incantations, a timeless ritual that stretched back centuries. Witchcraft, once buried under layers of fear and misunderstanding, had begun to rise again, asserting its presence in the vibrant tapestry of South America. From the lush Amazon rainforest to the bustling streets of Buenos Aires, contemporary witchcraft movements were thriving, each with their own flavor, yet connected by a common thread, an unyielding spirit that refused to be silenced. Women and men, clad in flowing robes adorned with symbols of their heritage, stood shoulder to shoulder, reclaiming practices that their ancestors had woven into their very beings. Every chant they recited resonated with the echoes of the past, a bridge linking their present to the ancient wisdom of the land. In Peru, the Andean witches, known as mujeres medicina, gathered high in the mountains where the air was thin and the energy palpable. They blended the sacred traditions of the Inca with modern witchcraft, crafting potions from herbs that had been harvested under the watchful gaze of the stars. Each leaf and root held a story, a fragment of history that connected them to the earth and the spirits dwelling within it. With each ritual, they sought to heal not only themselves, but also the land scarred by exploitation and loss. The air was thick with the scent of sage and the sweetness of blooming flowers, a sensory manifestation of hope and resistance. Further south, in the verdant jungles of Brazil, practitioners of Umbanda and Candomblé blended African spiritual traditions with indigenous beliefs and Catholicism. They held ceremonies that mesmerized with their vibrant colors and intoxicating rhythms. Drumming echoed through the trees, calling spirits forth as mediums channeled the wisdom of the Orixás, the deities who danced between the realms. The energy pulsed like a heartbeat, a reminder of the connection that transcended time and space. This was not merely a practice, it was a movement, a reclamation of identity that resonated deeply within the soul. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the tropical night came alive with the sounds of laughter and the flicker of firelight. In the urban landscapes of Santiago, witches gathered in community gardens, planting seeds of intention alongside vegetables. They sought nourishment not just for the body, but for the spirit. Their gatherings were filled with discussions about social justice and healing the collective wounds of history. Each person brought their unique energy, creating a symphony of voices that rang out against injustice, demanding recognition and respect for their ancient practices. Among them was Marisol, a young witch with fiery red hair and a heart full of passion. Her grandmother had whispered tales of old, stories of enchantment and strength that echoed in Marisol's veins. She held the weight of her ancestors on her shoulders, a legacy that ignited a fire within her. In her hands, she cradled a small vial of oil, infused with the essence of local herbs, each drop potent and alive with intention. As she moved through the crowd, her laughter mingled with the night, each note a spell in itself. But the resurgence of witchcraft was not without its shadows. As practitioners carved out their space, they faced resistance from those who clung to old fears and misconceptions. In some places, skepticism turned to hostility. News stories circulated about witches casting spells to harm, fueling ancient fears that had long been buried. Yet, in the face of adversity, the witches stood firm, their resolve hardening like steel. They embraced their identities publicly, wearing their symbols as badges of honor, defying the stigma that sought to silence them. In the depths of the Amazon, whispers of a witch hunt surfaced, a chilling reminder of the past. Activists and practitioners banded together, forming networks of support and resilience. The air crackled with tension as they planned protests and educational campaigns determined to dismantle the narratives that sought to demonize their craft. They knew the importance of visibility and community, of sharing their truths in a world that often preferred shadows over light. Amidst the challenges, moments of magic erupted in everyday life. There was a sense of solidarity among the practitioners, a kinship forged through shared experiences and intentions. As they gathered for full moon rituals, the air buzzed with anticipation. They lit candles, offering prayers to the spirits, their voices rising in unison. The moon, a silent guardian, watched over them, illuminating their collective strength and purpose. In these moments the world faded away, and all that mattered was the bond they shared, a circle of trust and love that defied the odds. In the bustling streets of Bogota, a new coven formed, its members comprising artists, activists, and healers. They met in hidden corners of the city, sharing spells that inspired creativity and social change. Together, they painted murals that celebrated their heritage, each stroke a declaration of love for their roots. The city pulsed with life, the vibrant colors echoing the resilience of their spirits. As they infused their art with intention, they became living manifestations of the magic that flowed through them. Each community, unique yet interwoven, formed a rich tapestry of belief and practice across South America. The witches walked in the footsteps of their ancestors while forging paths into the future, and just as the stars twinkled above, scattered across the vast expanse of the sky, so too did their stories connect, creating constellations of resistance and hope. The world held its breath, caught in the spell of this movement that refused to fade back into the shadows. As they gathered, the air thick with emotion and energy, the journey was far from over. Each ritual, each spell cast was merely a thread leading to something greater, a shared destiny that pulsed with possibility. With every heartbeat, the promise of a new dawn loomed on the horizon, ready to break as the whispers of the past intermingled with the dreams of the future, creating an unbroken circle of magic that would echo through time. The village lay shrouded in the mist of early morning, the soft light barely illuminating the ancient pathways once trod by generations long gone. Eerie silence enveloped the old homes, their wooden beams creaking under the weight of countless tales. Each building, each stone, seemed to whisper the stories of a time when traditions were alive, vibrant, and cherished. But now, those traditions lay like autumn leaves, brittle and forgotten, waiting for a gust of wind, an effort, a spark, to breathe life back into them. As the sun slowly sent its golden rays piercing through the fog, Clara stepped onto the weathered path, her heart pounding with a mix of hope and trepidation. She was armed with nothing but her grandmother's old journal, a fragile tome filled with sketches of dances long abandoned and descriptions of festivals that once colored the village with laughter and joy. Each page she turned resonated with the echoes of music, the scents of spiced foods, the rhythms of feet dancing on the earth. It was her mission to breathe life back into these traditions, to find a way to bridge the gap between what was once alive and what had become mere memory. Clara was not the only one stirred by the call of the past. A group had formed around her, each member driven by their own yearning to reclaim the lost beauty of their heritage. At the edge of the village square, they gathered, their eyes shining with a mix of determination and nostalgia. Among them was Tomas, a gentle giant with hands calloused from years of toil, yet capable of creating the most delicate crafts. He could still remember the stories his father shared about the intricate carvings that adorned family homes, symbols of love, sorrow, and celebration. "We can't let their memory fade," he said, his voice resonating with conviction. "We have to honor them." As discussions flowed, Clara felt an undeniable pulse in the air, a sense of urgency that began to build. Every word spoken was a thread weaving together the fabric of their shared culture, and every laugh that escaped their lips filled the empty spaces where joy once thrived. They planned to revive the Harvest Festival, a grand event that had once drawn people from miles around. The idea sent shivers down Clara's spine. She imagined the vibrant colors of traditional clothing, the sun-kissed faces of children, and the sweet sounds of laughter mingling with music. Yet the task ahead was not without its challenges. The villagers had changed. Time had reshaped their desires and priorities. Many were skeptical, reluctant to reach back into the shadows of the past, fearing the weight of nostalgia might crush them. Clara could see the hesitance in their eyes, the shadows of doubt creeping in. "What if it doesn't work? What if nobody comes?" they whispered amongst themselves, voices trembling like fragile leaves in the wind. But Clara was relentless. She recalled the stories in her grandmother's journal, the vibrant gatherings that filled the square with life, and she refused to let fear snuff out the flicker of hope. "We owe it to our ancestors," she urged, her fervent spirit igniting embers in the hearts of those around her. "What we're doing is more than just a festival. It's about remembrance, about standing together to face the future while holding on to what made us who we are." Days turned into weeks, and the preparations brought the community together in ways Clara had never imagined. They shared meals, laughter, and stories, crafting decorations that adorned the square like jewels. The scent of freshly baked bread wafted through the air, mixing with the earthy aroma of spices as they prepared traditional dishes that had long faded from their tables. Clara felt the weight of history hanging above them, a palpable force urging them forward. As the day of the festival approached, the village was alive with energy. Drums began to beat, the rhythm a heartbeat resonating through the air, igniting excitement and anticipation. Clara stood at the center of it all, watching her neighbors transform into something more, into custodians of their culture, eager to share what had once been hidden away. She saw tears in the eyes of the elders as they recalled their youth, the dances they had performed, and the music that had once filled their hearts. Finally, the sun rose on the day of the festival, casting a warm glow over the village. Clara's heart raced as laughter erupted, and the square filled with vibrant colors and joyous sounds. People danced, the rhythmic movements echoing the spirit of their ancestors. Young and old came together, united in celebration, each step a tribute to the past. It was a kaleidoscope of emotions, joy, nostalgia, pride, woven into the fabric of their community. Yet, just as Clara began to feel the exhilaration of victory, she noticed a figure standing apart, watching. It was Elena, a woman whose family had once been the heartbeat of the village. Known for their storytelling and song, but Elena had turned her back on tradition, believing that the past was a burden rather than a blessing. Clara's heart sank. She had hoped to win over everyone, to pull them into this tapestry of revival. With determination fueled by a mix of hope and trepidation, Clara approached her. "Elena," she called, her voice steady but gentle. "We're celebrating what makes us who we are. Will you join us?" The challenge hung in the air, heavy with possibility. Elena's eyes flickered with uncertainty, reflecting the battle within her. Clara could almost see the memories warring within that familiar gaze. The echoes of laughter, the warmth of family gatherings. It was a moment suspended in time, pregnant with potential. Clara held her breath, waiting for a sign, a flicker of recognition that could reignite the spark of connection. The festival swirled around them, a colorful whirlwind of life and warmth, but all Clara could focus on was Elena's face. Would she step into the light or remain ensconced in the shadows of doubt? It was a question that hung in the air, trembling with unspoken emotions, and Clara understood that the revival of their traditions was not simply about the past. It was about creating a future, weaving threads of connection into the very fabric of their lives. And just as the music swelled, a single note piercing the air and pulling everyone's attention, Clara felt a deep, resonating hope that they were on the brink of something beautiful. The festival was more than a celebration. It was a rebirth, a chance to reclaim not just lost traditions, but the bonds that united them all. Would they seize the moment together, or would fear pull them apart once more? The answer felt like it hung in the air, suspended on the wings of possibility, waiting to be discovered. In the flickering light of a small fire, an elder sat surrounded by eager faces, the night air filled with a quiet tension. Shadows danced on the walls of a humble dwelling as the stories began to flow, each word a thread weaving together generations. The crackling flames seemed to lean closer, as if they too were captivated by the weight of history carried within the elder's voice. With every tale told, the audience was woven into the very fabric of their culture, a tapestry of beliefs, customs, and practices held together by the power of oral tradition. In communities around the world, oral tradition serves as a lifeline, connecting the past and present in ways that written words can never fully encapsulate. From the Inuit of the Arctic to the Zulu of southern Africa, each story told around the fire carried the essence of a people. Lessons learned, triumphs celebrated, and sorrows mourned. It was a sacred exchange, where the past lived vividly, as if time itself paused to honor those who had come before. As the elder spoke of ancient warriors who once roamed the land, listeners could almost hear the clanging of swords and the war cries echoing in the valleys. They envisioned their ancestors' struggles against the harsh elements, their victories celebrated with dances that echoed through time. These stories were not mere entertainment. They were the very heartbeat of the community, keeping alive the customs and traditions that defined their identity. With every powerful tale, the boundaries of time seemed to blur. A young boy, his eyes wide with wonder, leaned in closer, feeling the warmth of the fire and the weight of his ancestors' spirits surrounding him. He absorbed the stories with an intensity that transcended mere listening. In his mind, he was not just a boy. He was a part of something grander, a legacy that stretched back generations. He envisioned himself as a brave hunter, a protector of his people, just as his forefathers had been. Yet the stories held more than just adventure. They were rich with moral lessons. The elder spoke of the Great Flood, a tale passed down through the ages, warning of the dangers of arrogance and the importance of humility. As the young ones listened, their hearts raced, not just with excitement, but with a deep sense of responsibility. They were being entrusted with wisdom that echoed through the ages, the kind of knowledge that shaped lives and molded communities. And as the night deepened, the fire's glow illuminated the faces of the listeners, revealing a tapestry of emotions: fear, joy, pride, and melancholy. A girl, no older than 10, felt a lump in her throat when the elder recounted the loss of a beloved leader. Tears glistened in her eyes as she realized that this was not just a story. It was an acknowledgement of pain, a reminder that every community carries scars. But oral tradition also celebrated resilience. The elder narrated tales of survival, of how the community had weathered storms and famine through unity and strength. The listeners felt that surge of hope, igniting a fire in their hearts that rivaled the one before them. They understood that these stories held the power to instill courage, to remind them that they, too, could overcome adversity. As the tales intertwined, a palpable sense of connection enveloped the gathering. The stories were a bridge, linking generations who had lived different lives but shared common dreams and fears. The elders' voice rose and fell with the rhythm of their collective heartbeat, a choir of voices merging into a single narrative that honored both the past and the present. The art of storytelling was not just about the words, it was about the emotions they evoked. The elder's voice cracked with age, yet it held a richness that commanded respect and attention. Each pause was heavy with meaning, each inflection a reminder of the weight of history that hung in the air. The listeners, rapt and reverent, felt a connection to their roots, a realization that they were part of something far greater than themselves. Every story had its own cadence, bending time as it moved between moments of laughter and sorrow. There were tales of young lovers, forbidden unions that defied the odds, painted with the colors of hope and passion. The young listeners sighed. Their imaginations ignited, envisioning romances that could stand the test of time. They learned that love, too, was a tradition worth holding dear. Yet the stories also spoke of the cycles of life, the birth of new souls, the passing of the old. As the elder recounted the last moments of a wise woman who had guided the community through countless seasons, the air grew thick with emotion. The listeners felt a chill, a reminder of their own mortality, but also a sense of continuity. That wise woman had not truly left. Her lessons lived on, resonating through the stories that would endure long after the fire had died. As the night wore on and stars began to twinkle above, a sense of urgency filled the air. The elder's voice, though weary, became more impassioned. "These stories," he declared, "are our lifeblood. They will carry you when you are lost, guide you when you stray, and remind you that you are never alone." The listeners nodded, their hearts swelling with pride and a resolute understanding of their role in this living tradition. The fire crackled, sending sparks spiraling into the night sky, tiny messengers carrying the weight of their stories to the heavens. Each spark was a reminder that even as time marched on, the traditions would remain, steadfast and unyielding. The chants, the songs, the dances, each practice built upon the stories, echoing the truths that had sustained generations. And as the elder concluded the night's storytelling, the listeners felt a surge of purpose. They were guardians now, entrusted with the stories that shaped their community. They would pass them on, each retelling a new thread woven into the fabric of their shared identity. The night might end, but the stories would continue, echoing through the ages, preserving the essence of who they were. In that moment, the fire flickered one last time, casting a shadow that seemed to reach beyond the confines of the gathering, a connection to all those who had come before, and all those who would follow. The air crackled not just with heat, but with the promise of continuity, a vow that the traditions would endure, unbroken, vibrant, and alive. And as the last embers faded, the spirit of oral tradition lingered, a vibrant pulse that refused to be silenced. In the flickering light of a single candle, shadows danced across the rough-hewn walls of the village meeting hall, casting eerie shapes that seemed to flicker with life. The air was thick with tension, a palpable silence that hung over the assembled townsfolk like a heavy fog. Whispers slithered through the room, each word sharper than the last, each story more chilling. A woman had been accused of witchcraft, a term that sent shivers down spines and ignited a wildfire of fear. In the small village of Salem, where lives were woven tightly together, the fabric of community was beginning to fray. Accusations flew like arrows, piercing hearts and minds. Neighbors turned against neighbors, the bonds of friendship crumbling under the weight of suspicion. Sarah Good, a name that once brought warmth and laughter, now echoed through the streets as a curse. The townsfolk, their faces pale with dread, could hardly recognize one another as the specter of witchcraft loomed large, its shadow stretching across the landscape like a dark omen. As the whispers grew louder, They became a chorus of paranoia. "She walked by my house at twilight," one villager insisted, her voice trembling with fear. "I felt her eyes on me. I knew she was casting spells." It was a slippery slope where reason was lost in a storm of hysteria. The slightest misfortune, a barren field, a sickly cow, could be traced back to one person: the witch. The villagers shared their fears, feeding the flames of suspicion that turned a community into a battleground. Outside the meeting hall, children played innocently, their laughter ringing clear and bright, yet it felt hollow, as if the very essence of joy was under siege. The adults, however, were ensnared in a web of guilt and blame, their hearts heavy with the burden of betrayal. Friendships once solid turned fragile, splintering under the weight of fear. Old alliances crumbled as families chose sides, all while the women accused hung their heads low, their futures teetering on the edge of a knife. Amid the chaos, a figure emerged from the shadows: Rebecca Nurse, a woman of wisdom and kindness, known for her healing touch and gentle spirit. She was a beacon of hope in a town darkened by fear. But even she was not immune to the poison that had seeped into the very soil of Salem. Her name, once spoken with respect, now found itself tangled in the web of accusations. "She's too good," a voice whispered bitterly. Goodness hides darkness. The townsfolk, once united by shared labor and joy, now found themselves divided, each side fighting to define the social order. The elders clung to tradition, while the younger generation, filled with uncertainty, sought answers in the chaos. They turned to the courtroom, a place that once served justice but now felt like a theater for madness. The judge, with his gavel poised, became an unlikely puppet master as the community watched in silent horror, each decision feeling like a death knell for the soul of Salem. As the trials unfolded, they were marked by hysteria and drama. Witnesses were called to testify, their words laced with fear and desperation. "I saw her spirit," one claimed, her eyes wide with terror. "It danced in the moonlight." The courtroom erupted in gasps, the weight of belief pressing down on all present. The line between reality and imagination blurred, and truth became a casualty in the frenzy of accusation. The air crackled with tension, each moment pregnant with the possibility of violence, of an innocent life extinguished under the weight of misplaced fear. Outside, the world continued in its relentless march. The sun rose and set. The seasons changed. Yet inside the village time felt suspended, caught in the jaws of an invisible monster. Those who had once shared laughter over harvests now avoided each other's gazes, crossing streets to avoid the taint of accusation. The social order, once so meticulously woven, was unraveling thread by thread, each accusation tearing at the seams until nothing remained but a tapestry of fear. With each trial, the atmosphere grew thicker, the palpable tension suffocating. Mothers clutched their children close, fearful that the very air they breathed might carry the taint of witchcraft. In hushed tones, they shared stories of the accused, painting them in dark colors, as if by doing so they could somehow cleanse their own households of suspicion. The community, now a cauldron of anxiety, boiled over, spilling fear into every crevice of life. Night after night the moon hung heavy in the sky, casting a cold light over Salem. Village meetings turned into arenas of accusation, where fervor drowned out reason, and the line between friend and foe blurred beyond recognition. By day, the fields lay fallow, while by night the cries of the wrongfully accused echoed through the shadows, haunting the dreams of those who had once lived in peace. As the tension reached a boiling point, a new wave of accusations surged through the village, seemingly unstoppable. Each new claim, each new fear, was a spark that ignited the already fragile atmosphere. The community dynamics shifted like the tides, ever-changing and unpredictable. Those who once stood shoulder to shoulder now faced each other with distrust, as if waiting for the other to strike first. Underneath the surface, cracks began to show. Old grievances reared their heads and long-buried resentments bubbled to the surface, resurfacing amidst the chaos. Secrets that had once been kept hidden now wormed their way into the open, and the tension twisted tighter, ready to snap. The village, once a sanctuary, had become a battleground, where the very act of living could become an accusation in the blink of an eye. And across this turbulent landscape, the women accused of witchcraft stood, their fates hanging in the balance. Each one sensed the growing storm, the tide of suspicion rising against them, as they braced for the trials that would determine not just their lives, but the very soul of their community. The sun dipped low on the horizon, casting a warm golden hue over a village nestled between emerald hills, where time seemed to stand still. The air was filled with the scent of spices and the echo of laughter, a melodic blend of voices that spoke in a language as old as the earth itself. Here, life was simple, and traditions were woven into the very fabric of existence. But the shadows of change loomed on the outskirts, like a whisper promising both fortune and peril. In this village, the locals performed rituals that had been passed down through generations. They danced under the stars, their movements a reflection of their ancestors' stories. The rhythm of drums pulsed through the air, inviting even the most stoic hearts to join in the celebration of life. This was more than mere entertainment. It was a sacred connection to their heritage, a lifeline that grounded them in a world that often felt chaotic and uncertain. Then came the tourists, drawn by the allure of authenticity and the desire to experience a life so far removed from their own. They arrived in droves, armed with smartphones and cameras, eager to capture moments that felt like something out of a dream. The village, once a closed chapter, opened its doors wide as visitor after visitor streamed in, their laughter mingling with that of the locals. For the village, it was a double-edged sword. The promise of income danced hand in hand with the threat of commodification. As the sun rose on a new day, the elders gathered under the ancient banyan tree, their faces lined with wisdom and worry. They spoke in hushed tones, voices heavy with the weight of history. The stories of their ancestors echoed in their minds, tales of resilience and pride. But as the laughter of tourists filled the air, they felt the very essence of their culture slipping through their fingers like grains of sand. Would the dances still tell their tales if they became mere spectacles for outsiders? Would the spices still carry the heart of their home if served as mere curiosities on a plate? The vibrant masks worn during traditional ceremonies began to change, adorned with bright colors and glitzy embellishments to please the eyes of onlookers. Each stroke of paint, each added sparkle marked a departure from the authenticity that had once reigned supreme. What was once a symbol of unity and spirituality morphed into a product, traded and sold like trinkets in a market. The elders watched, their hearts aching, realizing that the path to prosperity might come at the cost of their very souls. Meanwhile, the younger generation found themselves caught in a whirlwind of conflicting emotions. Standing at the crossroads of tradition and modernity, they felt the pull of the world outside their village. Opportunities to showcase their art loomed enticingly, with the prospect of travel and adventure whispering promises of a brighter future. Yet each step toward the bright lights of the city threatened to dim the vibrant colors of their culture. Their dances, once a means of storytelling, became choreographed performances, stripped of their original context. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting shadows that danced like specters across the village, a festival was held, a vibrant celebration meant to attract more tourists. The air was electric, excitement coursing through the crowd. The locals donned their traditional attire, the fabric a rich tapestry of history and identity. But as the music began to play, the tempo felt off. The joyous rhythms, once organic and heartfelt, seemed tailored for applause, echoing with an emptiness that reverberated in the chests of the performers. In a quiet corner, an old woman watched, her heart heavy with nostalgia. She remembered the days when the dances were not for an audience but for the gods, meant to invoke blessings for the harvest and the community. Each movement was a prayer, a tangible connection to the past, but now it felt like a performance for strangers who would leave with their snapshots and memories, while the village remained unchanged, trapped in the cycle of tourism. But not all was lost. A young girl, her spirit fierce and bright, broke away from the crowd. She refused to let the essence of her culture be diluted. With every step she took toward the center of the square, she poured her heart into the dance, a testament to her ancestors' whispers. The crowd fell silent, captivated by her passion. In that moment, she reminded everyone that culture is not just about preservation. It is also about evolution, about weaving new threads into the ancient fabric without tearing it apart. Yet, as her dance concluded and the crowd erupted in applause, the villagers exchanged glances that spoke volumes. Was this the way forward? Could traditions adapt without losing their essence? The tourists, enchanted by the spectacle, missed the deeper story swirling beneath the surface. They did not see the tears that glistened in the eyes of the elders, nor did they hear the anguished echoes of a heritage at a crossroads. The night deepened, and the stars winked overhead as the festival lights flickered against the backdrop of a slowly changing world. The tension in the air was palpable, a push and pull between the old and the new, between authenticity and the lure of acceptance. The villagers danced, albeit cautiously, each twirl holding the weight of their history while embracing the uncertain future that lay ahead. And so, the village stood at the precipice, teetering between the past and a new dawn, the influence of tourism casting long shadows over traditional practices. The narrative of their culture was unfolding in real time, and with every beat of the drum, the story deepened, promising both heartache and hope. Would they find a way to blend the cherished beliefs of their forebears with the inevitable changes that tourism brought? Or would they watch as their heritage faded into a mere reflection of what once was? The dance had only just begun, and the echoes of their ancestors seemed to urge them forward into a future that was theirs to create. On a stormy night, thunder rumbled through the air as the flickering light of candles cast dancing shadows across the walls of a dimly lit room. A group of friends huddled together, hearts racing as they recounted tales of witches and spells, their voices barely above whispers. The air was thick with suspense, each story drawing them deeper into a world where magic and reality blurred together. They felt an electric thrill, as if they could almost touch the unseen forces that swirled around them. This is where the essence of witchcraft in popular culture finds its pulse, a mesmerizing blend of fear, fascination, and the inexplicable. Witchcraft has long been a fixture in the tapestry of human culture, interwoven with history and steeped in mystery. From ancient times, stories of witches have been told to explain the unexplainable. These tales were often rooted in the fears of the unknown, the dark woods that loomed at the edge of the village, the sickness that struck without warning, or the crops that withered when the harvest was promised. Those accused of witchcraft became symbols of society's anxieties, their stories twisted and turned to fit the narrative of the time. As centuries rolled on, these legends transformed, and with them, the portrayal of witches in media began to take shape. The witch trials of the 16th and 17th centuries gripped Europe and America with fear, leading to public spectacles of accusation, punishment, and execution. The infamous Salem witch trials, with their detailed records of fear and frenzy, became a cornerstone of American folklore. Yet, as the witch hunts raged, so too did the stories of those powerful women, wise and misunderstood, who wielded their knowledge of herbs and healing with a fierce independence. Fast forward to the present day, and witches have morphed into figures that embody strength and empowerment in popular culture. The witch is no longer just a haunted figure lurking in shadows. She has become a symbol of defiance, a force to be reckoned with. Films like Hocus Pocus and The Craft turned witches into beloved characters, showcasing their extraordinary powers, yet sprinkling in essential lessons about friendship, loyalty, and the importance of embracing one's true self. Viewers laughed, cried, and cheered for these witches, who danced on the line between good and evil, making them relatable and real. Television shows like Buffy the Vampire Slayer and Chilling Adventures of Sabrina further complicated the witch archetype. Witches were depicted as flawed but fiercely loyal friends, faced with moral dilemmas that tested their very nature. They became more than just spellcasters. They were champions of justice, battling dark forces while grappling with their own inner demons. Audiences connected with their struggles, feeling a sense of camaraderie as they navigated a world filled with danger and uncertainty. But the magic of witchcraft in media doesn't stop at entertainment. It echoes deeper societal issues. When the Me Too movement began to gain momentum, so did a resurgence of witchcraft in literature and film. Books like The Witches Are Coming by Lindy West and shows like American Horror Story highlighted the intersection of feminism and witchcraft, portraying witches as agents of change, confronting patriarchy with their powerful presence. These narratives resonated with audiences as they embodied the fight against oppression and the reclamation of power. The visuals of witches in popular culture have also shifted dramatically. Once depicted as haggard old crones, today's witches are often young, vibrant, and full of life. They represent a rebellion against societal norms, embracing their sexuality, their independence, and their magic. The witch aesthetic, complete with flowing dresses, mystical jewelry, and earth-toned palettes, has become a symbol of rebellion, drawing in those who seek to defy convention and embrace their uniqueness. Social media platforms have accelerated this evolution, giving rise to a new generation of witches who share spells, rituals, and insights online. Instagram feeds filled with witchy imagery evoke a sense of community, where like-minded individuals gather to celebrate their connection to the mystical. Hashtags like #WitchTalk and @Witchcraft have turned into global movements, encouraging people to explore their spirituality and creativity, often merging ancient practices with contemporary life. Yet, amidst all the glamour and empowerment, there exists an undercurrent of caution. The romanticization of witchcraft can sometimes overshadow the very real history of persecution and violence faced by those accused of witchcraft. Those initial tales of fear and scapegoating remind us that the witch figure has always been a reflection of societal fears. Now more than ever, it is crucial to honor those who suffered in the name of witch hunts. The stories continue to evolve, but the echoes of the past linger, reminding us that the power of the witch is not just about magic, but also about the courage to confront injustice. As the candles burn low and the storm rages outside, the friends in that dimly lit room feel the weight of these stories. The flickers of light seem to pulse with life, each shadow filled with whispers of the past and promises of the future. The tales of witches, both enchanting and haunting, linger in the air, binding them to a history that is as rich as it is complex. They revel in the thrill, knowing that witchcraft in popular culture will continue to evolve, weaving itself into the fabric of society, always reflecting the fears and hopes of the time. And as they sit, lost in each other's eyes, they can almost hear the rustle of a witch's cloak and the soft incantations carried on the wind, waiting for the right moment to emerge once again. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm golden hue over the Andes, igniting the sky in shades of orange and pink. It was a time when the air was thick with stories whispered by the wind, tales of ancient civilizations that once thrived amid the peaks. In this vast expanse of South America, the echoes of the Inca Empire still lingered, their impressive stone structures standing as monuments to a civilization that mastered the art of harmony between nature and humanity. In stark contrast, halfway across the globe, the bustling streets of ancient Rome buzzed with life. The roar of chariots and the chatter of traders filled the air, while grand temples stood tall against the sky, a testament to human ambition and ingenuity. The Romans, known for their engineering marvels, constructed roads that connected distant lands, forging an empire that spanned continents. Yet, beneath the surface of their accomplishments lay an insatiable hunger for power that often led to conflict and chaos. As the years rolled forward, the vibrant cultures of the Amazonian tribes painted a vivid tapestry of connection to the earth, blending spirituality with survival. These communities revered the forest as a living entity, a sacred partner in existence. Their rituals, rich with music and dance, celebrated the cycles of life, echoing the pulse of the jungle. This reverence for nature stood in stark contrast to the upheaval brought by colonizers from Europe, who viewed the land as a resource to be extracted rather than a home to be cherished. Meanwhile, in the lush valleys of China, dynasties rose and fell, each leaving their mark on history. The Silk Road wove a complex web of trade that linked distant cultures, allowing ideas, spices, and silk to flow between East and West. The artistry and philosophy born from this mingling of peoples flourished, giving rise to inventions that would shape the future: compass, gunpowder, printing. Yet, amidst these advancements, the philosophy of Confucianism emerged, emphasizing harmony and respect, a principle that would shape the moral fabric of society. Across the oceans, the Yoruba people of what is now Nigeria fostered a rich cultural heritage, their vibrant festivals bursting with music and storytelling. Each drumbeat echoed ancestral wisdom, and their art spoke of a world where deities danced among mortals, guiding their lives. This depth of connection, this understanding of life's rhythms, resonated profoundly with the indigenous cultures of South America, who also believed in a world infused with spirit and energy flowing through every living thing. But the tides of history brought waves of change. The arrival of the Spanish conquistadors sent shockwaves through the Americas, leading to the collapse of empires and the decimation of entire populations. The clash of cultures was violent and heartbreaking, a tale woven with blood, greed, and misunderstanding. Yet, in the face of this destruction, the resilience of the indigenous peoples shone brightly. They adapted, blended traditions, and forged new identities, creating vibrant, syncretic cultures that still pulse with life today. As the journey continued across the Atlantic, the impact of the transatlantic slave trade unfolded like a tragic saga. The forced migration of millions of Africans to the Americas brought forth an unyielding spirit that would plant the seeds of resistance and resilience. In Brazil, the rhythms of candomblé emerged, a beautiful fusion of African traditions and Catholic beliefs, echoing the struggle for identity against waves of oppression. The beating drums and the swirling skirts of dancers told stories of survival, love, and hope, intertwining with the narratives of the South American indigenous populations. In the highlands of Peru, the Quechua people continued to celebrate their heritage, their festivals a vivid dance of color and music that honored the earth and its bounty. Each year, they would gather to give thanks for the harvest, a vibrant reminder of their connection to the land. The mountains stood tall in the background, silent witnesses to both joy and sorrow, as they had seen centuries of history unfold, from the Incas' rise to their tragic fall. Meanwhile, the cultures of North America told their own stories of survival and adaptation. The Navajo Nation, with its profound spirituality intertwined with the land, echoed the sentiments of the South American tribes. The ceremonies, songs, and art were alive with meaning, illustrating the deep respect for nature and a world where every element held significance. The shared threads of reverence for the earth and the interconnectedness of life wove a common fabric that transcended borders. Back in Europe, the Renaissance ignited a thirst for knowledge and a revival of arts and sciences, contrasting the spiritual wisdom of indigenous cultures with a focus on human achievement. The exploration of new lands was driven by curiosity and ambition, Yet the narratives that emerged often overlook the true stories of the peoples that inhabited these lands. As the charts filled with newly discovered territories, the voices of the indigenous communities faded into the background, their wisdom brushed aside in the name of progress. The stories of conquest and colonization were mirrored in the histories of South America and other regions, where the scars of the past still resonate today. The struggles for identity, autonomy, and recognition echoed across continents. The powerful narratives of indigenous resistance shone through the darkness, lighting the way for future generations to reclaim their heritage and voice. In this vast tapestry of human experience, moments of connection emerged, drawing cultures closer together. The shared human emotions of love, sorrow, hope, and resilience resonated across distances. From the sun-soaked plazas of Buenos Aires to the bustling markets of Marrakech, the heartbeats of diverse peoples pulsed with life, creating an intricate web of stories that intertwined, each thread a testament to the vibrant mosaic of humanity. Through the lens of history, the comparisons between South America and other regions reveal more than just differences. They illuminate the very essence of what it means to be human. The triumphs and tribulations, the dances and songs, the losses and victories all speak to a shared journey, a quest for understanding and connection that knows no bounds. In the secluded depths of the Amazon rainforest, whispers of ancient powers mingled with the scent of damp earth and rain-soaked leaves. A flicker of candlelight danced against the shadows of a small hut, its walls woven from thick branches and vibrant fabrics adorned with symbols of the old ways. Inside, a woman with long flowing hair and eyes that sparkled like stars prepared for a ritual that had been passed down through generations. Her hands moved deftly, mixing herbs and oils, each ingredient a thread in the tapestry of her ancestors' knowledge. This scene, though seemingly ordinary, was the pulse of a vibrant tradition that had endured centuries of change, repression, and revival. Witchcraft in South America has always been a complex weave of spirituality, nature, and community. For centuries, practitioners, often called brujas or curanderos, have harnessed the energies of the earth, the spirits of the ancestors, and the wisdom of the stars. The sacred rituals they performed honored both the seen and the unseen, creating a balance that transcended the boundaries of everyday life. Today, however, a new chapter in this story is unfolding, one marked by a resurgence of interest and practice that is as thrilling as it is daunting. As the world becomes increasingly interconnected, the flame of witchcraft practices flickers anew, igniting passions that had been smothered under the weight of colonial rule and modern skepticism. Young people, disillusioned by the sterile confines of urban life, are seeking something deeper, a connection to their roots, to nature, to the mysteries that lie beyond the veil. They gather in circles, sharing stories and spells, their laughter mingling with the crackle of firewood. With each passing night, the air grows thick with anticipation, as new generations breathe life into the forgotten practices of their ancestors. Yet, the future of witchcraft in South America is not merely about revival. It is also a battleground of ideologies. The allure of ancient knowledge draws not only those who respect the traditions, but also those who seek to exploit them. As commercialization of spirituality grows, the sacred arts risk being diluted, stripped of their meaning and power. Shops selling authentic amulets and potions pop up in tourist hotspots, often devoid of the true essence that once gave them life. This clash ignites tension within communities, as wise elders and fervent practitioners fight to protect the sanctity of their practices from dilution and misunderstanding. In the Andean highlands, a group of women convenes under the watchful gaze of the mountains. Their skin, weathered by time and elements, glows with a fierce determination. They are the keepers of secrets, protectors of a knowledge that transcends time. As they gather, voices rise in a rhythmic chant, echoing through the valleys, calling upon Pachamama, the Earth Mother. Their rituals are a blend of ancient Andean spirituality and contemporary ideas, a tapestry woven from the threads of the past and the present. In this sacred space, they feel the electricity of the future coursing through them, a reminder that their practices can adapt and evolve without losing their essence. Meanwhile, the urban jungles of cities like São Paulo and Buenos Aires pulse with an entirely different energy. Here, witchcraft is being redefined through art, music, and activism. The streets vibrate with the sounds of protest, where feminist witches advocate for gender equality and social justice, intertwining their beliefs with the fight for a better world. They wield their power not only through spells but also through the ink of their pens, painting murals that speak of liberation and empowerment. The traditions of the past serve as a foundation, but the future they envision is bold, fierce, and uncompromising. As midnight approaches, the moon hangs low, casting an ethereal glow across the land. A gathering of witches in a hidden clearing begins their ceremony, the atmosphere thick with anticipation. Candles flicker around them, illuminating faces filled with passion and purpose. They chant ancient incantations, their voices rising like a powerful storm. Each word resonates with intent, crafting a future steeped in hope and resilience. Yet, lurking in the shadows are those who wish to undermine their voices, to erase their existence. The threat of persecution still looms, as it has for centuries. In this delicate dance between reverence and rebellion, the future of witchcraft practices in South America hangs in a balance, vibrant yet fragile. The air is electric, charged with the potential for transformation. Will the new generations be able to honor their ancestors while carving out space for their own identities and beliefs? The tension is palpable, the stakes higher than ever. In the back alleys of the concrete jungle, a group of friends gathers around a table, their faces illuminated by the glow of their phones. They scroll through social media platforms where images of rituals and spells flood their feeds. A new wave of witchcraft is gaining traction, a modern interpretation that often embraces technology and social activism. A hashtag, #witchcrafting change, trends, as followers connect to share resources, from herbal remedies to advocacy tips. In this digital age, witchcraft is evolving at lightning speed, creating a global community bound by shared ideals and dreams of empowerment. Yet, beneath the excitement lies a current of unease. The fear of appropriation looms large. Many worry that as witchcraft spreads through social media, the essence of its roots may become lost to those who do not understand the depth of the culture they are borrowing from. The question hangs heavily in the air: how can one honor a tradition without tarnishing it? How can the power of the past be wielded responsibly in a rapidly changing world? As dawn breaks over the horizon, the chants from the night before linger in the air, weaving through the trees and into the hearts of those who seek understanding. The future of witchcraft practices in South America is a tapestry still being woven, and each thread represents a voice, a belief, a spark of magic that refuses to fade away. In the sacred dance of history and modernity, the journey continues, unbroken, and filled with the promise of what is yet to come. The flickering light of a single candle cast shadows across the rough-hewn walls of a medieval village where whispers of fear and suspicion hung thick in the air. As the wind howled outside, the townsfolk gathered, their faces pale with anxiety, eyes darting nervously toward the forest, where it was said witches danced beneath the moonlight, conjuring curses and chaos. Amidst the tension, a question lingered, unspoken yet palpable. What price would one pay for the pursuit of knowledge in a world that so easily twisted truth into torment? Throughout history, the study of witchcraft has drawn scholars into a tumultuous embrace where curiosity mingled with dread. As these brave souls sought to understand the beliefs, practices, and societal implications surrounding witchcraft, they often found themselves standing at a precipice, peering into a dark abyss. What they discovered was not merely a subject of academic interest, but a tangled web of lives, fears, and moral dilemmas. Each testimony and piece of evidence bore the weight of human experience, etched into the fabric of history. In the medieval period, accusations of witchcraft were more than just tales spun in taverns. They were life or death. The infamous witch hunts swept across Europe, leaving no village untouched. Scholars studying this era must tread carefully, for the stories they tell can revive old wounds, igniting the fears and prejudices of a modern society that sometimes still grapples with the shadows of those dark times. As they sift through historical documents, letters, and trial records, the names of the accused flicker before their eyes like ghosts. Elsbeth, Anne, Margaret, each with their own haunting story cut short by collective hysteria. Ethically, the historian faces a dilemma: how to present these narratives without sensationalizing suffering or stripping away the humanity of the victims. A careful balance must be struck, ensuring that the lives that were lost to ignorance and fear are remembered not as mere statistics, but as real people, flawed and complex. The weight of their stories presses heavily upon the shoulders of those who write about them, demanding respect and sensitivity. As the scholar turns the pages of old manuscripts, the words echo with the cries of the condemned, the chilling sounds of trials that turned into spectacles of horror. The ethical question looms larger. Should these accounts be revisited and retold, potentially reopening old wounds for descendants who may still bear the scars of historical trauma? Or is there a duty to illuminate these past injustices, to ensure that the cycle of fear and persecution does not spiral into the present? Tension builds in the scholar's mind, each choice echoing like a heartbeat in a silent room. They consider the implications of their work, not only for themselves, but for society at large. Each revelation has the power to unsettle, to provoke thought, and perhaps even to inspire change. Yet, with that power comes responsibility. The historian must be a guardian of truth, ensuring that their narrative does not perpetuate the same biases and misconceptions that led to the witch hunts in the first place. Take, for example, the witch trials in Salem, a chapter that has captured imaginations and sparked endless debate. The scholar must navigate the moral landscape delicately, acknowledging the rampant misogyny that fueled accusations against women, while also shedding light on the broader societal fears that played into the frenzy. It becomes essential to portray the complexities of those involved, the accusers, the accused, and the bystanders, ensuring that the story does not devolve into a simplistic good versus evil tale, but remains a multifaceted exploration of human behavior. The air grows thick with tension as the historian confronts the stark realities of torture and execution, the grim specter of the stake looming large in their thoughts. Ethical considerations weigh heavily when recounting these brutal practices. How does one convey the horror of such events without descending into gratuitous spectacle? The scholar's heart aches with each account, every chilling detail a reminder of humanity's capacity for cruelty. The responsibility lies not just in documenting these atrocities, but in framing the narrative in a way that challenges readers to reflect on their own beliefs and biases. Yet, even as the scholar contemplates the moral dimensions of their work, the stories of resilience and resistance emerge, flickering like the candle's flame against the darkness. Women and men who defied the odds, who stood firm in their truth even as the world around them crumbled. Their voices, though often silenced, must be amplified in the retelling. Their courage speaks of a time when fear gripped society, but also of a profound strength that resonates through the ages. As the historian meticulously crafts their narrative, they must also consider the living descendants of those accused. Each story, plucked from the annals of history, has the potential to provoke emotions long buried. The scholar wrestles with the knowledge that the echoes of the past can reverberate painfully in the present. How do they ensure that the retelling does not act as a fresh wound for those still grappling with the legacy of their ancestors? There is a fine line between education and exploitation, and the historian must navigate this landscape with compassion. In the quiet spaces between thoughts, the scholar feels a swell of responsibility. Each word written could inspire empathy or ignite anger. Each narrative woven could either heal or harm. The ethical considerations are not just academic but deeply personal, as they reflect on the consequences of their work for both the past and the present. With a heart heavy yet determined, the historian continues to write, driven by an urgency to illuminate the past while treading lightly on the scars it left behind. They are acutely aware that the study of witchcraft, steeped in both terror and triumph, demands more than just an intellectual pursuit. It calls for a commitment to understanding, a dedication to honoring the lives intertwined with its rich yet tragic tapestry. As daylight fades into the night, the flicker of the candle transforms into a steady glow, illuminating the pages before the scholar. The weight of history hangs in the air, poised to bridge the gap between what was and what is yet to come. The stories of those long gone waiting to be heard. As the scholar's pen moves toward the next chapter of this haunting legacy. In a dimly lit room filled with the scent of burning sage and old books, a woman sat cross-legged on a woven rug, her hands gently cradling a small wooden bowl. The air crackled with anticipation, as if the very walls whispered stories of generations past. This was not merely a gathering, it was a communion, a sacred intersection of history and heart. Here, practitioners of revived traditions came together, each with a voice that echoed the pulse of their ancestors. Soft laughter filled the air, mingling with the sound of rustling leaves outside, as a man named Tomas leaned forward, his face illuminated by the flickering light of a candle. When I was a boy, my grandmother taught me the old ways. She would gather herbs from the forest and weave them into potions that could heal wounds or soothe a restless spirit. I remember the way her hands moved, as if she were dancing to a song only she could hear. His eyes sparkled with a mix of nostalgia and reverence. As he spoke, the room seemed to grow warmer, the shadows dancing along the walls, urging the others to share their stories too. A woman named Layla, with her long dark hair cascading down her shoulders, took a deep breath, her fingers tracing the rim of her own bowl. My family hails from a lineage of storytellers. We were once revered in our village, but the stories faded, lost to time and neglect. It wasn't until I stumbled upon an ancient manuscript in a dusty library that I realized our narrative was worth reclaiming. A hush fell as her words hung in the air, heavy with the weight of forgotten legacies. A palpable tension rested in the room as more voices emerged, each tale weaving a tapestry of struggle and resilience. They spoke of rituals nearly erased by the relentless march of modernization, of ancestral songs that had been silenced, and of dances that no longer echoed through the valleys. Each account bore witness to a painful truth. The past was slipping through their fingers like grains of sand, but within this shared sorrow lay the seeds of revival. A young man named Marco, with fire in his eyes, exclaimed, "When I learned the traditional dance of my people, it felt like awakening a sleeping dragon within me. The movements connected me to my roots, igniting a flame of passion that had been dormant for too long." His body swayed gently, mimicking the fluid grace of the dance, and the others felt the energy rise, igniting their own memories of movement and music. Outside, the wind howled, a ghostly reminder of the storms that had crushed so many traditions. Yet inside, warmth blossomed. Each practitioner shared a piece of their soul, unearthing feelings that had long been buried under the weight of history. An elder named Sophia, her voice soft yet resonant, spoke of the sacred art of weaving. "Every thread I spin tells a story. My grandmother taught me that each piece carries the spirit of the earth. When I weave, I am not just creating fabric, I am weaving together the very essence of life itself." Her hands moved as if they were still intertwined with fibers of time, and the room felt infused with an electric energy, a reminder of the beauty that comes with craftsmanship. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, casting golden rays through the windows, the conversations intensified. Marco's voice rang out, filled with urgency. We must not only revive these traditions for ourselves, but for future generations. If we don't pass on these stories, if we don't teach our children the old ways, they will vanish. The world needs to know that we exist, that we have a voice. Tomas nodded emphatically, his brow furrowed. It is a responsibility we carry. Every time we gather, we are not just sharing tales. We are igniting a fire that cannot be extinguished. Our ancestors are whispering through us, urging us to keep their memories alive. Layla stood, her heart pounding with resolve. Let's not just be storytellers. Let's become guardians of our culture. Each gathering is a chance to breathe life into what was nearly forgotten. We are the bridge between the past and the future. Her conviction resonated deeply, stirring something primal within the others, an undeniable sense of purpose. Yet, as the warmth of unity enveloped them, a shadow danced at the edges of their circle, a reminder of the resistance they faced. A whisper of doubt threaded through the air, echoing the fear of rejection, of being misunderstood. Would the world accept their revival? Would the youth embrace the weight of tradition, or would they be swayed by the lure of the new? Sophia sensed the tension and raised her voice, a calming force amidst the uncertainty. Remember, every tradition was once new. We must approach our revival with open hearts, inviting others to join us, not pushing them away. Sometimes, the simplest stories are the ones that resonate the most. Her words wrapped around the group like a soothing balm, dispelling the chill of fear. In that moment, they felt the power of community, the strength that comes from standing shoulder to shoulder with others who understand the weight of their heritage. As the candles flickered low, casting long shadows that intertwined, a sense of urgency filled the air. They were not merely preserving traditions, they were breathing life into them, making them relevant once again. And as the final stories spilled from their lips, there was an unspoken agreement, a commitment to carry this flame forward, to share their knowledge with the world, to keep the spirit of their ancestors alive in every heartbeat, every breath. The room buzzed with energy, laughter bubbling up like a spring after a long winter, but beneath it all was a current of something deeper, an unyielding determination to honor the past while forging a path into the future. As they stood together, the circle of practitioners felt like a living tapestry, vibrant and alive, a testament to the enduring nature of tradition that refuses to be extinguished. And so, in that intimate gathering, history whispered, and the present soared, entwining into a future pregnant with promise. The stories flowed, binding them together as the night unfurled like a canvas, awaiting the strokes of their hands, the practitioners of revived traditions, ready to paint a world where the old and the new danced together, forever intertwined. The village lay cradled in the arms of rolling hills, green fields stretching endlessly under the brilliant blue sky. But beneath the beauty of this landscape, a silent storm brewed. Elders sat outside their homes, weathered hands clasped together, their eyes glazed with a mix of sadness and nostalgia. The laughter of children echoed in the distance, but even their games felt tinged with an unspoken awareness. Something was changing. For centuries, this village had thrived on traditions passed down through generations, each one steeped in the rhythms of nature. The harvest festivals, marked by vibrant dances and communal feasts, celebrated the bond between the people and their land. Every planting season was a sacred act, a promise made to the earth, a ritual that shaped their identity. But now, the signs of change were unmistakable. The seasons no longer followed the predictable patterns their ancestors had relied upon. The elders exchanged worried glances as they spoke of the past. "When I was a boy," one of them began, his voice a fragile whisper, "the rivers flowed with purpose. We fished with ease, trusting the waters to bring us abundance. The memory hung in the air, heavy with a sweetness that was now bittersweet. Now the fish are gone, and the waters recede like a distant memory. Each word was a weight on the heart, a reminder of what was being lost. The women of the village, once proud carriers of culinary traditions, now faced grim challenges. Their recipes, crafted through years of trial and error, had depended on local ingredients that were becoming scarce. The tomatoes, once plump and bursting with flavor, had shriveled under the relentless sun. Fields that once overflowed with crops now lay cracked and dry, like the lips of a parched wanderer in the desert. The idea of gathering together to share meals became a haunting echo of what used to be, a shadowy reminder of the feasts filled with laughter, stories, and love. Children were sent to schools that emphasized technology and modern solutions, leaving behind the wisdom of traditional farming techniques. The elders lamented the loss of the stories that came alive in the soil, the knowledge of companion planting, and the magic of crop rotation. "They don't know the songs of the earth," an elderly woman sighed, shaking her head, her silver hair catching the sun in a halo of light. Her heart ached for the generations who might not understand the way the wind carried whispers of change, how the birds sang warnings of imbalance. As the village grappled with these changes, a palpable tension rose. The community was caught between the past they cherished and the looming future they feared. The air thickened with an unspoken urgency, as if the earth itself was crying out for action. Some villagers began to adapt, experimenting with crops that thrived in the new conditions. Their hands, once skilled in tradition, now sought new knowledge, a blend of the old and the new. Yet it felt like a betrayal, a dance with uncertainty that left them disoriented. Underneath the gathering storm clouds, a younger generation found their voices, filled with passion and hope. They rallied together, fueled by a fierce determination to reclaim their connection to the land. "We cannot forget our roots," one fiery young woman declared, her hands clenched into fists. "We'll find ways to honor our heritage while embracing the future." The villagers listened, caught between the flickering flame of hope and the fear of the unknown. There was a vulnerability in that moment, a shared understanding that something had to change. But what? The earth, once a nurturing mother, felt like a stranger. The seasons that dictated their lives were now unpredictable. Droughts and floods, wildfires and storms, the village faced a relentless onslaught from nature, as if it were testing their resolve. Farmers who had once been able to predict the weather by the way the leaves rustled now checked apps on their phones, grappling with the dissonance of technology and tradition. Yet, even amid turmoil, glimmers of resilience emerged. A few villagers began to weave traditional practices with modern science. They experimented with rainwater harvesting, creating community gardens that not only celebrated their heritage but also adapted to their changing environment. Children once again gathered around fires, sharing stories of their ancestors' struggles to make sense of a world that shifted constantly. The warmth of community embraced them, and for a moment, hope flickered like a candle against the dark. But challenges loomed large. The elders, with their weary eyes, still felt the weight of responsibility. They worried about the legacy they would leave behind. "What will our children remember?" one elder murmured, her voice trembling. "Will they know the joy of the harvest dance or the taste of our bread?" Rather than allowing fear to consume them, they turned to the younger generation, sharing what they could, passing on the wisdom of resilience forged through years of hardship. A gathering in the village square became a crucible for change, a place where voices mingled, sometimes clashing but often harmonizing into a melody of hope. Ideas flowed like the river that once nourished them, and the atmosphere buzzed with energy. It became clear that adaptation didn't mean abandoning the past. It meant embracing the spirit of survival that had defined their ancestors. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows over the village, the realization dawned that the fight against climate change was not just a battle for resources. It was a struggle for identity, a quest to hold on to the very essence of who they were. The tension between old and new created a palpable energy, a force that united their hearts and minds against the relentless tide of change. Yet, as the villagers looked toward the future, they couldn't shake the deep gnawing fear that loomed over their heads like dark clouds waiting to burst. Would their efforts be enough? Would the land ever return to what it once was? The questions hung in the air, unanswered, echoing the uncertainty of the world they inhabited. The darkness of doubt intermingled with the light of hope, creating a tapestry woven with threads of resilience and determination. And as the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, the village settled into a fragile peace. A moment suspended in time, where the past whispered through the leaves and the future loomed just out of reach. The journey wasn't over. It had only just begun, a continuum of struggle and perseverance that would shape the heart of the village for generations to come. In a small, dimly lit library, dust motes danced in the slants of fading sunlight, a testament to the stories and knowledge trapped within the aging walls. It was here, among the ancient tomes and crumbling pages, that echoes of forgotten wisdom lingered, whispering the secrets of civilizations long gone. Yet, for every volume that remained intact, countless others had slipped through the fingers of time. Lost to the ravages of neglect, war, and nature's relentless march. The challenge of documenting and preserving lost knowledge was a daunting specter, looming over those who sought to reconnect with the past. Every book had a heartbeat, a life of its own, yet many lay silent, their voices muted by the weight of history. The tales within were fragile, vulnerable to the elements and the indifference of human ambition. Each year, floods, fires, and pests claimed their share, but it wasn't just nature that threatened these treasures. It was human greed and ignorance that often dealt the most devastating blows. The destruction of the Library of Alexandria, a cataclysmic event that echoed through the ages, was a haunting reminder of how easily the fabric of knowledge could be unraveled. One moment, an entire world of thought and discourse could succumb to flames, leaving behind only ash and memory, like a cruel trick played on humanity. On a remote hillside, a group of scholars gathered, their expressions a mixture of hope and desperation. They exchanged tales of lost artifacts and forgotten languages, the weight of their quest palpable. Each had their own story of searching for pieces of history, navigating the treacherous waters of bureaucracy and skepticism. They fought to protect the remnants of cultures that had been silenced, their languages drifting away like smoke on the wind. The challenge was not merely in finding these remnants, but in convincing others of their value, a struggle against indifference that felt like shouting into an abyss. In a village in the Andes, an aged woman named Maria clutched an ancient weaving, the vibrant threads a tapestry of her ancestors' stories. Each symbol depicted a lesson, a memory, a way of life that modernity threatened to erase. As she retold her grandmother's tales to her grandchildren, a profound ache filled her heart. Would they understand the significance of these patterns? Would they recognize the wisdom woven into the fabric? The challenge of preserving such knowledge weighed heavily on her, as if every word she passed down carried the burden of 1,000 unspoken stories. Nearby, a grad student, armed with a camera and a notepad, ventured into the Amazon rainforest, where the echoes of lost tribes still lingered among the trees. She yearned to capture the fading languages and rituals, to document the knowledge that could vanish with the last elder. Yet, the deeper she went, the more she realized the complexity of her task. Language is a living entity, evolving and shifting, and there are nuances lost in translation that can never be captured on paper. The challenge was not just in the documentation, but in the ethical responsibility she carried, respecting the cultures she sought to record while battling the fear of exploitation. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows over the ruins of an ancient city, the air thickened with the weight of stories untold. Each stone, weathered by time, held whispers of lives once lived, dreams once chased. Archaeologists, driven by passion and purpose, worked tirelessly to uncover these narratives, often facing the wrath of those who wished to bury the past. The challenge of preservation became intertwined with the fight against development, as construction crews loomed over sacred sites, threatening to erase the history beneath their feet. In a small classroom, a teacher struggled to ignite the spark of curiosity in her students. The curriculum felt sterile, the stories of their heritage reduced to mere facts in a textbook. She longed to share the rich tapestry of their ancestors, to instill a sense of pride and connection. But the challenge of engaging young minds in a world dominated by screens and distractions felt insurmountable. How do you make history resonate when it's often presented as a string of dates and events? Her heart raced with the urgency to bridge this gap, to infuse the age-old stories with life and context. In the bustling streets of Cairo, a young historian sifted through the remnants of a market where artifacts whispered tales of trade and diplomacy. Each item held the fingerprints of those who had come before, yet the bustling energy of modern life seemed to overshadow their significance. The challenge of preserving the essence of these relics weighed heavily on him, as he navigated the tension between the past and present. How could he make others see the beauty in what had been discarded, the lessons locked within the fragments of history? As the moon rose high, casting silver light upon the world, the urgency of preserving lost knowledge echoed across continents. Communities rallied together, determined to protect their heritage, yet shadows of doubt lingered. Would future generations care about the stories that shaped their identities? Would the ancient wisdom passed down through generations survive in a world that often turned a blind eye to the past? The tension built, a crescendo of hope and despair interwoven in the fabric of existence as the future hung delicately in the balance. Knowledge was not merely a collection of facts, it was the lifeblood of culture, the heartbeat of humanity. The fight to document and preserve it was far from over, as a new chapter awaited just beyond the horizon, beckoning with the promise of connection, understanding, and the unquenchable thirst for the stories that shaped the world.